You. Recording
There'll
in
now be
progress.
a moment for silent prayer or meditation. Thank you very much. Kindly take your seats. May I remind you, delegates, that the rules, in particular sub-rule 21, 22, and 23 of Rule 103 shall apply in the House. I have been informed that there will be no notices of motion or motions without notice. Honourable delegates, we will now proceed to the first order, which is the consideration of the report of Select Committee on Security and Justice, the oversight visit to Limpopo province, which started on the 22nd right up to the 23rd of October 2024, which the report is dated the 4th of December 2024. I now call upon the chairperson, Inkosi yethu, Advocate Nonkonyana, who is the chairperson of the Select Committee on Security and Justice, to present the committee report. Honorable Ingonyama, just one lesson.
Yeah.
Ingonyama ayimenyezwa.
Yes.
Inkosi ayimenyezwa. That was on a lighter note. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. Madam Chair and honorable members, I rise on behalf of our chairperson and with the concurrence of acting chairperson, Honorable Noe, to present our report, Chair. It is quite a lengthy, Chair, this report. However, I propose to give the highlights of our visit. Let me start with a bit of a background for the benefit of the members. The committee met with the Department of Home Affairs on 15th July 2024 and received a briefing on its budget for Vote 5 and annual performance plan for 2024-2025, which included a briefing on the Border Management Authority, BMA, which was officially launched on the 1st of April 2023. On the 6th Parliament Select Committee on Security and Justice, while considering the BMA bill, visited a Beit Bridge, a port of entry, in October 2019 to gain an understanding of the challenges the bill sought to address. The 7th Parliament decided to revisit the Beit Bridge port of entry to receive an update on the progress of the implementation of the BMA since its establishment. The committee included the Toando Magistrates Court and Police Station as part of oversight on service delivery to the community of Toando. The central concern arising out of these meetings with the court and police station was the porous border with neighboring countries and the effect of illegal foreigners that have on the economy and crime in our beloved country, particularly in Toando and the Limpopo province. Another important issue confronting the police and courts in this area is the high statistics related to rape and sexual offenses that I will deal with shortly. On 22nd October 2024, we met with the BMA, South African Police Service, South African National Defence Force, and South African Revenue Services on the progress in the implementation of the BMA, along with update on the challenges associated with the integration of services between different departments. Even though Musina local municipality was invited to brief the committee on its support to the Beit Bridge port of entry, they decided and not to prioritize, not to honor our invitation, but to prioritize another meeting. This was a concern to us, but we hope that it will be followed up. We noticed that while the working relationship between BMA and South African Police Services was working well, some tensions still existed with other departments about operating in silos and only focusing on their mandates. The committee highlighted the recent reports of children who ate poisoned food and deaths which occurred. There still appears to be a lack of control over goods entering the country. The coordination and lack of control mentioned in the 6th Parliamentary Leaders Report still persist. Following our interaction with the BMA and other role players, we made the following recommendations. 1, the BMA and South African Police Services should delineate their roles and functions to work together more effectively. 2, we called for a stronger working relationship through integration and cooperation to enhance cohesion and better management of the border. 3, noted the operation at the border were not properly aligned and that old and outdated infrastructure needed urgent attention and redesign. 4, we agreed that corruption and fraud must be dealt with decisively. Integrity and professionalism must be prioritized and instilled in the officials. 5, we recommended that digitization and technology must be prioritized to eliminate human error at the border. We also drove along the border Limpopo River, and noted that with about 160 kilometers of borderline, it is a challenge to manage with the current staff complement. To address this, the committee said it was important to look towards regional cooperation with the Southern African Development Community. Limpopo Chair and honorable members was dry. In fact, young men were actually playing football. And it was quite clear that it was free for all to cross wherever they wanted to. The following day, we then went to oversight visits to Toando Magistrate Court and Toando Police Station, where we were exposed to a variety of challenges. These included, but not limited to, the following. 1, case backlogs that are large. Commissioners not facilitating small claims matter efficiently. 3, interpretation services that cost a lot of money because of constitutional entities with the accused to have a matter heard in their vernacular languages. The province is bordering Botswana and Zimbabwe with an active port of entry at Bait Bridge. The South African Police Services reported improved successes following intervention on Operation Shanela and Operation Vala Mkodi, special covert operations aimed at destabilizing organized crime activities and gang networks. We therefore recommend that 1, the court should prioritize awareness raising program to inform communities about the court processes to be followed in respect of gender-based violence. Secondary victimization and femicide must be prevented at all costs. 2, the department must ensure that outdated generators are repaired so that services at costs are not disrupted. 3, the department, together with the DPWI, must work together to ensure that there is a private space for family advocates to work in. In this regard, the committee will be meeting in DPW soon. In fact, we're supposed to meet today, and we did meet, but we are going to meet soon. The committee also met with civic organizations in Toando and noted these illegal foreigners committing crimes and illegal liquor traders contravening bylaws, as well as the need for more police personnel, another police station to service Toando, and additional vehicles that can access deep rural areas. We reiterated the need to meet with DPWI that is the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, to address infrastructural challenges concerning JSPS cluster. The committee recommended that South African Police Services, together with CPFs, must find durable and focused solutions to protect men, women, youth, elderly, disabled people, people with albinism, and LGBTQIA+ at night, and implement innovative crime prevention strategies to reduce the high incidence of rape and sexual offenses within the area. And we, Chair and honorable members, also noticed that there has been a traditional medicine, Pesu, Honorable Parla, that is actually selling like a hot cakes in the street of Toando, which contributed to rape and these sexual offenses. And with those few words, Honorable Chair, I present the Select Committee report for consideration and adoption by this Honorable House. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Delegate, that then concludes the presentation. I now put the question. The question is that the report be agreed to. Before we can proceed to the voting on the report, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make their declarations of vote in terms of Rule 86, if they so wish to do so. I will start with the province of Western Cape.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Western Cape will support the report.
Thank you very much. Honorable Northwest.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good afternoon, Honorable Chair. The Northwest will support the report.
Thank you very much. Honorable Finis.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to you, Chair. We support the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ngumalo.
Thank you very much, Chair. As Mpumalanga, we support the report.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mukwili.
No, thanks very much. Ko leboge modulasetulo, ke lebogele ke dumedishe honorable members. But Chair, before I make my comment, I first want to appreciate the Select Committee when they visited the province called Limpopo. I also want to appreciate the support that I had from the Chair, that indeed when they get there, they also find the cooperation from the chairperson of the State Committee that side, and even from the committee members. We really want to appreciate that. And number two, Chair, I also want to appreciate the intervention that the Select Committee made there in order to make sure that indeed there is a problem of infrastructure throughout the province. But over and above, Chair, as Limpopo province, we are supporting the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mukwili. Honorable Billy.
Thank you, Chairperson. On behalf of the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we note and support the report.
Thank you very much. Honorable Modise.
Thank you, sir. Gauteng support.
Thank you very much. Honorable
Thank you,
State
Chairperson. Free State note and accept the report.
Thank you very much. Ingwenyam Inkosi yami.
Chairperson and honorable members, the Eastern Cape supports the report.
No. Thank you very much. Honorable delegates, I'll now afford provinces to cast their votes. When you are called upon as heads of delegate, please do indicate whether you vote in favor or against the report, or you choose to abstain. Accordingly, I will start with the province of Eastern Cape.
Chairperson, all members, Eastern Cape supports the report.
Thank you very much. Honorable Noe.
Chairperson and honorable members, Free State supports and vote in favor of the report.
Thank you very much. Honorable Modise.
Thank you, Chair. Gauteng votes in favor of the report.
Thank you very much. Honorable Billy.
Chairperson, the province of KwaZulu-Natal votes in support of the report.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mokweli.
Thanks, Chairperson, honorable members. Limpopo vote in favor of the support from its province. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mumalo.
Person, thank you very much. Mpumalanga vote in favor of the report.
Thank you very much. Honorable Finis.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Northern Cape votes in favor of the report.
Thank you very much. Honorable Stole.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Mpumalanga, Northwest support.
Thank you. He's our neighbor. She's our neighbor. Honorable Badenhorst.
Thank you, Chair. The Western Cape supports the report.
Thank you very much. That then brings us to the closing of votes, and accordingly, all provinces have voted in favor of the report. I therefore declare the report as agreed to in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much. Honorable Delegate, we will now proceed to the consideration of the report of the Select Committee on Security and Justice, which is the oversight visit to the Simonstown Naval Base on the 13th of November 2024, of which the report is dated the 4th of December 2024. I now call upon once again Honorable Nonkonyane, who's the chairperson to the Select Committee on Security and Justice, to present the committee report.
Chairperson, honorable members, thanks once more for giving me, on behalf of the chairperson and the acting chairperson, the report of our committee. I now present to you, honorable members, the report of the Select Committee Oversight Visit to Simonstown Naval Base. Honorable Chairperson, the oversight visit was the first engagement of the Select Committee on Security and Justice in the 7th administration with the Navy. The purpose of the visit was introductory, allowing the committee to familiarize itself with the Navy's services and operations and to engage with its 2023-2024 annual performance report, as well as 2024-2025 performance indicators. The committee sought a report on any challenges encountered by the Navy, intending to identify solutions for the future. Due to concerns related to confidentiality, the chairperson invoked Rule 127 of the National Council of Provinces rules, wherein a committee can, at the start of a meeting, deliberate on whether to close the proceedings to the public if it deems that the information to be presented is confidential and impacts on the security of the country. The committee deliberated behind closed doors on the matter and resolved that the meeting with the Honorable Minister of Defense, Honorable N.G. Mutsecha, who was there in person, and the department would be closed to the public. However, thereafter, the physical oversight and walkabout took place. Delegates from provinces formed part of this delegation. And on a lighter note, Chairperson, yesterday I noticed first mix-up. Honorable Medupe and Billy exchanges provinces. Now today, Mpumalanga and Northwest are doing the same. The South African Navy base honorable members, in Summers Town houses most of Navy's strategic operational vessels. These includes, amongst other things, the Valor-class frigates, submarines, patrol craft, support vessels, mine warfare vessels, and other auxiliary vessels. The Summers Town Harbor further plays host to Arms Corps Dockyard, which is responsible for the repair and maintenance of South African Navy vessels. The committee was informed that 96% of South African imports and exports in terms of tonnage move by sea. 80% of South African trade in terms of monetary value moves by sea. This just shows how strategically important the seaports are in the economic development of our beloved country. Honorable Chairperson, the committee conducted a walkabout of the Naval base, boarded the South African Drakensberg, and visited the dry dock and maintenance workshop. The Arms Corps Dockyard is located within Naval Base Summers Town as the primary maintenance facility for South African Navy vessels. The dockyard is responsible for establishing, maintaining, and developing an infrastructure to provide several services to the South African Navy, including vessels refitting, vessel repair, etc. We were informed that funding is a huge concern. Arms Corps reported that they have a backlog in maintenance, which needs to be addressed. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, the committee have made a few observations during this visit. I will mention just a few, and the rest are actually set out in the report. One, we noted that Navy and Arms Corps do not have the necessary spares to repair the vessels adequately. The procurement processes should be clarified and revisited to address these challenges. Two, the committee noted the need for Arms Corps and Navy to meet and work out a plan to address all challenges moving forward to ensure that vessels are fixed and repaired to increase sailing hours. Three, the committee noted the challenges and encouraged that a plan be developed and for some services to be digitized in the workshop. As I conclude, the following are some of the recommendations the committee made. One, the Navy and Arms Corps should meet to conduct joint planning and to open the lines of communication to resolve all challenges in respect of the repair and maintenance of vessels. Two, we undertook to receive a full and detailed briefing from Arms Corps this year. Three, the committee requested that detailed information relating to defense work program be submitted to the committee within 14 days of the oversight visit. Four, the Navy must implement better planning and management system in respect of the budget to avoid overspending on the compensation of the employees and to ensure that the budget is directed towards the implementation of the programs to increase sea hours. Number five, the committee also encouraged the Navy to continue working with other departments to put a stop to criminality at sea through Operation Corona program. Lastly, we were pleased with the honest and open engagement with the Navy and Arms Corps. I now therefore have a singular honor and privilege on behalf of the Select Committee to present the Select Committee report on our oversight visit to Summers Town Naval Base for consideration and adoption by this Honorable House. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nonkonyan. Can I put it before the House, of course, speaking to all provinces represented here in the House, if there is any province that wishes to make a declaration in terms of Rule 86. If you so wishes, you may indicate by a show of hand. Thank you very much, honourable members, which then takes us to the next step, that of voting. And the question is that the report be agreed to. I now call upon the provinces to cast their votes. When called upon, the heads of delegates must indicate whether they are voting in favour or against, or they abstain. I'll start with the province of Eastern Cape.
President, honorable members, the Eastern Cape Province of Legends support the report.
Thank you very much. Honourable Nue.
Chairperson and honorable members, Free State votes in favor of the report.
Thank you very much. Honourable Modise.
Thank you so much, Chair. Gauteng votes in favor. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Honourable Billy.
Chairperson, the province of KwaZulu-Natal votes in favor of the report.
Thank you very much. Honourable Mukwili.
Thanks, Chairperson. Limpopo vote in favor of the support.
Thank you very much. Honourable Ngumalo.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mpumalanga will vote in favor of the report.
Thank you, Honourable Ngumalo. Honourable Finis.
Thank you, Chairperson. Die Noord-Kaap stem ten gunste van die verslag. Baie dankie.
Thank you. Honourable Sitole.
Thank you, Chairperson. Northwest support.
Thank you very much. Honourable Badenhorst.
Western Cape will support, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thanks, colleagues. The voting is now closed, and all provinces have voted in favor of the report. And I declare the report agreed to in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. We shall now proceed to the subject for debate as printed on the order paper, which is the debate on housing inadequacy in South Africa and the prevalence of informal settlement. I call upon Honourable Mekesini to open the debate.
Awuthena mhlanje ngambulisi uthe uvile. Thank you, Chairperson. Greeting to the members. Chairperson, 30 years after the attainment of a political freedom, a place called home remains an elusive dream for many South Africans. And the poor, who are black in their majority, remain disparate in poverty and dire living conditions. Without housing, as a country faces a growing challenge in providing its people with access to suitable and adequate housing. Despite the Section 26 of Chapter 2 of the South African Constitution, which stated that everyone has a right to have access to adequate housing, and that the state must take reasonable legislative and measurable within their available resources to achieve the progressive realization of these rights. It is therefore also concerning that to note how this country is currently sitting on the backlog of just less than 3 million of housing, which means millions of people are still without access to a proper home with flushing toilet and running water. And it is every city across the Rainbow Nation, there are increasing numbers of people who live in informal settlement without the running water, sewer, no electricity. Chairperson, the Economic Freedom Fighter has brought this topic on the debate before the Council today because we believe that housing reflects one of the most important aspects of human development, as it is one of the most fundamental basics of the human needs, along with food and water. We have been consistent in this stance since our inception as an organization, as the right of free housing enshrined in the pillar number 4 of the non-negotiable pillars of the Economic Freedom Fighters. And today we stand in this council as a voice of homeless, fighting to affirm the right of all to have home. In doing so, we We also take this opportunity to reiterate our support to the thousands of people who were left homeless because of the floods that took place last month in KwaZulu-Natal and Northwest. We also condemn the slow, non-existing pace of rebuilding the homes in these provinces in these previous floods and demonstration of the government complete disregard of the well-being of our people, even during the times of the natural disaster. We stand here today, Speaker, Chairperson, on behalf of the excluded millions who are without shelter. We speak on behalf of those who have been on the housing waiting list for almost of their lives, with no hope of ever owning a home. We are speaking on behalf of the community of Hendrina Ward 3 in Steve Tshwete, G7 Farm and Madala Ward 8 in Mahlanzeni municipality in Mpumalanga. They have been on the housing waiting list since 1995 and 2005, yet today they remain homeless. We speak on behalf of over 1 million farm workers, farm dwellers who have been evicted from farms that they call their homes between 1994 and today. Farm workers who are consistently being evicted and left homeless and destitute. This happens frequently where people who work on the farm of their own lives, they are suddenly evicted when the breadwinner reaches the age of retirement. Chairperson, there is no denying that the government of the day has failed dismally in eradicating the legacy of apartheid in special injustice. And it has instance of entrenchment, the continual rollout of inferior, cramped RDP houses that fall far below the minimum standard of dignity and quality, worse even than those who have provided to poor white under the apartheid minority rule. This betrayal of the people is this betrayal of the people's struggle is most visible to the fact that communities in areas such as Pulashope and Komati in Steve Tshwete municipality, where residents still live in houses that were built by Transnet and ESCOM before 1994, that surpass any delivered of the era of this democracy. This betrayal is also visible in the people of Alexander, where they were promised 1 million houses by the president of the country, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa. Yet they are still staying in the humiliation in the area that is not acceptable that the people they can live to. Opposite the affluent area of Sandton. Bahlala phakathi phezu kwabanye abantu ngoba akho ndawo yokuhlala. This betrayal of the people's struggle is visible again in the province of Free State, where about 11,000 incomplete RDP houses are still on the bedlock, especially in the Harib region, in the Kopano municipality in Free State. The people of that area, of that municipality, they are remaining in the national disgrace of this country. This compounded by the asbestos roofing crisis, endangering thousands of their lives across all the provinces. And in Talbot in the West Rand, where incompleted RDP houses have been standing in almost a year, yet people are not giving the house. When you go there, you show the crack of the housings, and those houses are not occupied till today. As because the municipality, they don't have a waiting list, adopted waiting list. Kulwa kuba ngoba nabazawufakwa konye kumelwe ivote kuzofakwa abantu. Here in the Western Cape, where almost 400 people are on the housing waiting list, many of these people have resorted to build informal houses for themselves, even in the areas that are not suitable for human habitation. They do this because they are desperate. They have nowhere to go. So they have to put them anywhere when they think they can sleep and to have their family with Nabantwana Baba. And the betrayal of the people struggling is also visible in the municipality of BCM, Buffalo City, in the Eastern Cape, where the residents of informal settlement had to resort to build 100 shack on top of the old graves in Lujizini Cemetery in the Daken village. Kodwa sinayo inkosi yethu ihlela apha ithi silale phansi kwamangxuba. Chairperson, I could stand here all day and list the many failures of the betrayals of the government of the day in the inquest of housing provision. And I could stand all day in this council and speak about how the numbers of houses are being delivered have declined year after year, yet the demand of housing is increasing. In Free State again, 50 million have to be returned to the treasury because abantu base Free State government as a Free State abakheli abantu izindlu. And now how to use the private contract. Also, you are also using the private contractors to build subsidies for housing as a result of the poor workmanship. You want to deliver a lot instead, and you also deliver the less quality because you don't produce we don't appoint the proper contractors. Hence, in Free State, we have the crisis of 106 contractors that were appointed by YECA because they were not contractors to build the people. Hence, we have a backlog in Free State. Chairperson, perhaps it is also important to take a moment to speak why we are facing this crisis in this country. We all know that housing inadequacy is caused by the range of interrelated factors that include the population growth in rural and urban migration. But most important, one of the main reasons for this lack of housing in this country, which we must speak of, is the weakness of governance, particularly in the areas of planning, policing, land, and urban management, resulting of the land grabbing. Chairperson, the housing crisis is a crisis of governance and including corruption ekhoya kumasipala bethu na ku-provinces zethu and a systematic neglect. We all know to be true here in the Western Cape, under the DA municipality of Cape Town, entangled of tender, corruption of fraudulent of housing tender that implicated the mayoral committee member, Mr. J.B. Smith, of 1 billion, apho bebefuna ukuzithathela, waye abantu bemile bemele izindlu. Ayindimanga into ethethwayo but nosozawuxola. The road lies deep, Chairperson, as a corporate municipal officials allocate houses based on a political loyalty instead of the need of dishing out for patronage while sidelining the truly needed. This has undermined the constitutional right to the housing and thus further eroded the dignity of our people. This is also made worse when you take into account how the Department of Human Settlement fails to take action against officials who are implicated in corruption and fraud, in awarding tenders as a result of a case in point in Talani Temporary Residence Unity in Limpopo. Asikababona babanjweyo nabasuspendiweyo abahleli ekhaya. Despite this reality, Black people do not have land on which they can call them their house, they can call their homes. Abantwana babo abanazindlu, kodwa ugovernment ukhona. The issue of lack of availability of land continue to be one of the major problems standing in the way of the delivery of sustainable of human settlement in this country. A slow and complex land identification, allocation of a development process have resulted in insufficient land for the housing development purposes. Housing adequacy is also made worse by the high employment rate, how Black people are also unemployed and they cannot afford to buy their own houses. And when they are employed, the only thing that they can afford is to kuthenga ukutya, bathengele neefamily zabo. They can't qualify ukuthi bazenzele bond, bazithengele amakhaya, so that they must ease the burden to the government. However, despite this reality, the African National Congress continue to mislead the desperate of our people with the promise of houses in order to attain the support or to win the vote. They do so because they do not care about the people living in informal settlement who are exclusively Black. As if it's not bad enough, leyo bayenzayo, the ruling party has also done nothing to ensure that the houses and they have actually built, they allocate to the people. Izindlu ziyema njengase-West Rand, abantu zinga-allocate abantu, because abanayo list ye-beneficiaries. Houses remain empty and they are vandalized. The department is even failing to use available resources to improve the lives of marginalized and homeless people. As a result, a lack of housing, many poor and working class families have to resort to live in South African growing informal settlement. The informal settlement, which usually based in the inappropriate location, characterized by poverty, lack of sanitation, and lack of water supply, are the clear indispensation of adequate shelter. The informal settlement chairperson, that usually lack of basic condition for the basic housing, they often lack of adequate sanitation and water supply. Chair, we bring this debate to the council today, and we will not stand idly while the government of the day destroy the gains of our democratic revolution. We demand an end of housing crisis in this country. We demand a genuine plan of housing provision of the economic transformation that prioritizes the service delivery. We call all South Africans to reject this government ongena sibonelo phambili ongakhathaleli abantu ababavotile. Ndiyabonga.
The next speaker on my list is Honorable Kaunda. I will proceed to the next speaker, Honorable Billy.
The Honorable Chairperson, the Honorable Members, and fellow South Africans, I rise today not just to speak, but to bear witness to the pain, to the anger, and the growing hopelessness of millions living in informal settlements. I speak as a representative of KwaZulu-Natal and someone who has walked that same path from the dust of Pambai to the shacks of Reservoir Hills in Durban. Honorable members, let me begin with honesty. Yes, some progress has been made in delivering free housing, but it's not enough. Worse, corruption, incompetence, and indifference have undone much of that progress. The ANC has failed to build a fair, transparent, and accountable housing allocation system. Elderly citizens, single mothers, orphans have waited in vain, some dying without ever seeing their names on the list. Let's speak plainly, honorable members. In the province of KwaZulu-Natal, politically connected individuals like Sean Mkhize, also known as Mam Mkhize, have been awarded massive RDP housing contracts only to deliver incomplete and substandard housing. Her company, at some instance, received over 300 million from the eThekwini municipality in just 18 months, but failed to deliver low-cost homes in Umlazi B10 section, KwaMganga. Not only has houses not been delivered by this tenderpreneur, but tax has not been paid, with SARS auctioning off the club to recoup a reported 40 million tax debt Mam Mkhize bought and named after her son. Instead of her delivering houses, she delivered collapsing structures, houses with no plaster, no paint, no toilets, no taps. And she's not alone in doing this, honorable members. There are many like her, enriched while the poor are left to suffer. This is betrayal. Across South Africa, numerous housing projects stand as monuments to failure. One of those, or some of those, are Umbai Housing Project in Tongat, which was initiated in 2017 with 130 million to build 248 houses. In 2023, only 11 had been built, vandalized and uninhabitable. Over 70 million rand had been spent, but there was nothing to show for it. Another project is called Namibia Stop 8 Project in Inanda, which started in 2019 for 343 homes. By 2023, honorable members, only 8 homes had been built despite 120 million rand spent. The AG blamed the city of eThekwini for this. Families remain in transit camps. Honorable members, another project is the Melmoth Housing Project, which was launched in 2011 with 168 million rands to build 1,100 units. Again, mismanagement and delays led to vandalized structures, while 80 million rand had been used or is needed to finish the project. Honorable members, these are not isolated incidents. This is a systematic collapse where contractors vanish, projects stall, money is looted. It is not all a coincidence. And our people, hopeful and patient, are left with nothing but broken promises. And this is a result of cadre deployment, loyalty over incompetence. We must stop pretending that statistics are enough, honorable members. Our people deserve much more than that. I speak not just as a politician here today, but also as a survivor of this injustice. Being born in Bambai, Ninanda, raised in Imsachweni, an informal settlement in Reservoir Hills, I've lived in a leaking shack where buckets on the floor during storms. I remember the night our shack burned down, Honorable Ndlovu. Everything was gone. Furniture, clothes. My mother's dreams were shattered. She never recovered from that. She died poor. She died waiting to be on the list. I share this not for sympathy, Honorable Ndlovu, but to remind you that behind every RDP number is a name, a family hoping for something better. I think of the grandmother in Tongat, still living in a community hall years after the flood, sharing a room with 5 other family members. Of the 1,100 families in temporary shelters after the 2022 KZN floods, promised help given only delays. The eThekwini municipality has failed to build even half the homes required for flood victims. Some projects are still stuck on paper. Funds have been underspent, misallocated, or looted. Nationally, over 13 million South Africans live in inadequate housing. In KZN, 1.6 million people wait on housing list, told to be patient as if patient builds homes. The ANC government promised to eradicate informal settlements by 2014. It is now 2025. Promises continue, failures deepen. Meanwhile, in Kennedy Road, Quarry Heights, families share one tap, steal electricity just to have some light, and live in fear of fire. Is this acceptable in a democracy? Certainly not. Chairperson, the DA is not here just to criticize. We have solutions backed by a track record where we govern. Honorable Makesini, we deliver. In the Western Cape, over 90,000 title deeds have been handed out since 2009. In Cape Town, informal settlements are upgraded in place, preserving community ties and restoring dignity. Our plan is clear. In situ upgrading, where we deliver basic services where people live, not tomorrow, now. Mayor's title deed
Order,
rolled
honorable
out
members.
because ownership and
Honorable
powers,
members.
the title deed
Chair, can I call a
transforms
point of order,
Honorable
please?
a shed
members.
into an asset.
Can you take
We
your
need to
seat,
stop
Honorable
corruption.
Bailey?
Chair, can I call a point of
Honorable
order?
Badenhorst.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, it's Rule 68. 68(1).
Are you done?
No, I just want to make you attentive to the fact that there's a lot of these EFF people behind me and around me making a lot of noise, drowning out the speaker when the speaker is at the podium. Yet, when the EFF is at the podium, we all have to keep quiet.
Honorable members, I called order. Honorable members, order. Order, honorable member. Honorable Gerike, order. Honorable Aris. Honorable Aris, order. Honorable members, honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Can we please observe the rules of the House? Let's not drown the speaker on the floor. And this noise was cutting across. Probably that's why members are also equally furious when they are being cited on the other end. If we don't agree with what has been said, our parties will equally be afforded an opportunity to debate and ventilate on the issues that are before them. So please, let's exercise maximum tolerance towards one another. He is expressing in according with the way in which he sees things. Western Cape will also come and give testimony to what has been said or negate with what has been said. So please, let us be tolerant to one another. We note what we want to come and refute here or want to come and bear testimony to. If we could have it that way. Thank you very much. Over to you, Honorable Billy.
Can I? Honorable members, having said all of this, I want to give you an assurance that there is a renewed hope in the province of KZN, that the formation of the government of provincial unity in the province, which includes the Democratic Alliance, marks a turning point. Under the Premier Nduli, with MECs like Martin May and Francois Rogers, we are committed to rectifying past failures and accelerating the delivery of quality housing with our other partners in the GPU. The DA will work tirelessly to ensure that these commitments become a reality, that together we will restore dignity, rebuild trust, and deliver the homes our people have long been denied. It is time to stop promising and start building, to stop spinning and start serving, to stop looking the other way and start looking our people in the eye. The ANC has had 30 years. They've made excuses. The DA has a plan, and where we govern, we deliver. South Africa deserves better. KZN
Your time
deserves
is
better.
up, Honorable
Thank you.
Billy. Thank you very much. I take this opportunity and invite the MEC in Gauteng, MEC for Human Settlement, Honorable Mutara.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, members of the NCOP, Chief Whip of the NCOP, special delegates, esteemed colleagues, and fellow South Africans. Let me begin by reaffirming a principle we all hold dear. Housing is a fundamental human right, a cornerstone of dignity, security, and inclusion. It is a right guaranteed by our Constitution and one that this democratic government has consistently worked to realize. And yet, despite our considerable efforts over the past 3 decades, the dream of safe, secure, and adequate shelter remains out of reach for too many of our people. The backlog in housing delivery across our country, and especially here in Gauteng, is a stark reminder of the lingering legacies of apartheid spatial planning, the pressure of rapid urbanization, and ongoing economic exclusion. These are real historic and systemic challenges, but let me be clear, no matter how complex these challenges may be, they cannot and must not be used to justify the illegal occupation of land or the unchecked proliferation of informal settlements. Honorable members, we must take a principled stance on this matter. The unlawful occupation of land cannot be condoned. It compromises the integrity of our urban development strategies, undermines the rule of law, and distorts state priorities. We must avoid the dangerous temptation to blur the lines between justifiable desperation and actions that are unlawful, disorganized, and unsustainable. In Gauteng, we are witnessing a concerning trend: land invasions that appear overnight, often organized by syndicates who exploit the needs and frustrations of the vulnerable. These are not innocent or spontaneous acts of resistance. They are, in many cases, deliberate and coordinated efforts that sabotage legitimate long-term developmental planning. Allow me to explain why this is such a crucial issue. Informal settlements that arise outside of our approved planning frameworks create serious disruptions. These settlements often develop on land that is unsuitable for habitation, on wetlands, floodplains, servitudes, or areas earmarked for public infrastructure such as schools and clinics. The impact is not only technical, it is deeply social and economic. Planned developments are delayed, resources are redirected, budgets are strained, and citizens who are complying with the process, those who are registered, who are waiting their turn, are pushed further to the margins. Chairperson, as of today, Gauteng is home to more than 2,200 informal settlements, some well established, others emerging rapidly, providing even the most basic infrastructure in these unplanned areas. Clean water, sanitation, electricity, and roads becomes not only logistically difficult, but prohibitively expensive. These are costs the state cannot sustainably carry, especially when they arise outside of integrated development plans. Our department's own research, particularly the report named Challenges of Eradicating Urban Slums in Gauteng, a Moving Target, has highlighted how informal settlements growth shifts the target posts of service delivery. We plan for 50,000 units and 100,000 new informal structures are erected. We budget to service a region, and just as work begins, an unplanned settlement disrupts everything from land use to bulk infrastructure rollout. This unpredictability threatens our ability to govern effectively and fairly. Let us be frank, this burden ultimately falls on the state. Municipalities are forced to adapt service plans on the fly. Provinces are asked to account for emergency settlements. National departments face rising pressure for unbudgeted funds. And at the end of the day, it is the South African taxpayer who bears the cost, not just in rands and cents, but in the delayed delivery of healthcare, education, and formal housing. Honorable members, this is not only a governance issue, it is a matter of equity. Those who wait patiently in line must not be overtaken by those who jump the queue through unlawful means. A fair and just society must protect both the vulnerable and the principle of order. Colleagues, the Department of Human Settlements in Gauteng is not standing still in the face of these realities. On the contrary, we are acting, and we are acting decisively. We are currently implementing the upgrading of informal settlements program in 239 settlements across the province, focusing on access to basic services, secure tenure, and community empowerment. We are leading efforts to rehabilitate abandoned and dilapidated buildings in the inner city, converting them into dignified rental accommodation. We are enhancing transparency and fighting corruption, as well as tightening the systems that govern housing allocation. We are also strengthening partnerships with law enforcement to ensure that syndicates and individuals who organize illegal land invasions are held accountable. However, we must be honest with the public. No intervention will succeed if illegal land occupation continues to undermine formal planning. The state cannot afford to be reactive forever. We must take back control of our spatial development agenda and enforce the law without fear or favor, while remaining committed to delivering housing solutions that are inclusive, sustainable, and just. Honorable members, housing delivery is not magic. It is a carefully structured process that relies on systems, resources, and above all, coordination. It requires the trust and participation of our communities. It demands that we govern with integrity and that residents work with us, not against us, the very programs designed to uplift them. As the Freedom Charter boldly proclaimed, and I quote, "There shall be houses, security, and comfort," close quote. This is not a slogan. It is a national commitment. And our task as public representatives is to ensure that this commitment is realized through responsible policy coordination, coordinated action, and respect for the law. Let us continue to work together to plan, to build, to deliver, not to dismantle the very structures of progress through disorder. Let us uphold the rule of law. Let us honor fairness, and let us ensure that every South African, not just the loudest or the most defiant, has a rightful place to call home. I thank you.
Thank you very much, MEC. I'm now inviting MEC of Coxter in Limpopo, Honorable Makamu.
Thanks very much, the Chair of the NCOP, Deputy Chair of the NCOP, honorable members, both permanent and delegates. Ladies and gentlemen, it is both an honor and profound responsibility to address this esteemed council during this Freedom Month, a time when we reflect on the sacrifice of those who fought for our democracy and assess our progress in building a society where dignity and equality are realities for all. As we approach the 31st anniversary of our democratic elections on the 27th of April, we are reminded that true freedom remains incomplete without access to adequate housing, a right enshrined in our Constitution yet unrealized for millions of South Africans. And adequate housing is more than just a shelter. It is a foundation upon which health, education, economic mobility are built. Studies have shown that children from stable housing environment perform better in school. Families experience improved health outcomes, and individuals are better positioned to seek employment. Yet, in South Africa, historical spatial injustice, apartheid era planning, and post-democratic policy shortcomings have created a housing crisis that disproportionately affects the poor, the marginalized, and those living in urban peripheries. Despite the commendable efforts of the Department of the Human Settlements, which has delivered over 3 million low-income housing units since 1994, the backlog is still in excess of 2 million households. This gap is further exacerbated by rapid urbanization, which is estimated at 63% of South Africans now living in urban areas, many in informal settlement that lacks basic services. Informal settlements are the most visible manifestation of our housing challenges. These communities, often densely populated and located in outskirts of cities, are characterized by the following: inadequate sanitation, limited access to clean water, overcrowding, fire hazard. The growth of informal settlement is not incidental or accidental, but a direct consequence of a failed urban planning, unaffordable housing markets, and systematic exclusion. For example, in Limpopo, long costly commutes, further entrenching poverty. You will know that land is normally owned by few, and as such, human settlement cannot take place in a vacuum. We require land that should be able to follow as we deal with the expropriation of land. Our efforts to address housing adequacy are hindered by several systematic challenges, and some honorable members have mentioned them here. The population growth versus the housing supply is a challenge. The affordability crisis, where most people may not necessarily get more than 3,200 to access houses. Our budget cuts or physical constraints is also a challenge. Of course, the bureaucratic delays, which people mentioned about long waiting queues that people go through, which human settlement is currently busy resolving. The infrastructure deficit, the spatial inequality, apartheid legacy persists in geographical exclusion of poor from economic opportunities. Breaking this silence requires integrated urban development that links housing with the transport and job creation. I must indicate that Limpopo's progress and innovations. In Limpopo, we have taken bold steps to accelerate housing delivery despite national constraints. One is on improved grant utilization through stringent financial management, acquiring proper and capable contractors. We have secured an additional 200 million in conditional grants, enabling us to expand the project without delays. We got this money from a poor performance by other provinces, as an example of Western Cape. Prioritizing on bulk infrastructure, partnership with Coxa municipalities have fast-tracked water and electricity provision with the settlements, which allows us to quickly deliver on houses. While government bears the primary responsibility, solving the housing crisis requires a stronger intergovernmental coordination to align housing, transport, and economic policies, private investment, community participation. In conclusion, as we commemorate the 31 years of democracy, let us reaffirm our commitment to a housing as a human right. The challenges are immense, but they are insurmountable. In Limpopo, we remain steadfast in our belief that there shall be houses, security, and comfort for all, not in a distant dream, but as an achievable reality, as we still want to achieve what was said in 1955 in the Cape Town on the adoption of the Freedom Charter. I thank you, Honorable Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, MEC Makamu. Good afternoon, honourable members, ladies and gentlemen. Honourable members, we continue the debate. Next at the podium, on behalf of Mkhonto Wesizwe, will be the Honourable Nzimande.
Thank you, Chair, honorable members, fellow countrymen and women, leadership of Mkhonto Wesizwe, all protocol observed. I'm rising here, Chair, and honorable members, not just to speak, but to cry out on behalf of forgotten, the sidelined, the poor and landless. I rise to speak on behalf of those that fought the system, using only the bricks and the dustbin lids. I rise to speak on behalf of the African child that is still living under deplorable conditions after attainment of French's rights. I'm rising to speak on behalf of the orphans that are raising one another in mud houses, for families still relying on paraffin and candles, for elders who passed or demised while waiting for RDP houses. A constitutional right to human dignity cannot be traded off with inaffordability. Housing inadequacy is a violation of the Freedom Charter. I'm happy that the last speaker has just spoken to it. The Charter affirmed all people shall have the right to live where they choose, be decently housed, and bring up their families in comfort and security. Kodwa sibonani namhlanje ku-2025. Sibona abantu le eBuffalo City bestripwa ubuntu babo nemorality nama-values abo bakhe phe kwamangcwaba eLujiza, eDarken Village. Sibona ingane e-Ward 11 eMabhida zakwaZimu zihlaliswa ku-Rondaville osuyifele ziwu-6 amantombazane nabafana akhomfihlo, i-dignity ne-privacy ayikho. The ANC government has failed. It has allowed apartheid spatial planning to continue. The poor are pushed to the periphery, far from jobs, services, of safety,
Meanwhile, the rich and the politically connected enjoy luxury in the gated estate. Hey, bavele bakhuza umhlola. Isimaye maye. Uma sihlathela laba bathatha izwe lethu. The NC defend the conscience property clauses with patching ingakho bezwa nje namhlanje. Bekhuluma bethi into esiyithatha emaseleni but yithi esebayo. But forget the people who sleep on the cardboard boxes. Let's talk corruption. The president, protected by this system, handed over the key on an illegible ANC political connected person. What did you hear? The public protector saying, "I begangas." At what stage is gross dishonesty liability doctrine apply? To who? It means it's for selected few. We know, the people know, the housing queue is a lie if you don't have political connection. If you are poor, you will die poor. Ngikhuluma la ngikhuluma ngimkhulumela inkosazana kaNduku, uIngrid Khanyile osezola North 1593. Umalita Nikete, Titi Muroti, Angelina Mkwena base Free State, all demised while waiting for the RDP houses. Ngikhuluma la ngikhulumela uSinta Nontangana wasemfulo South or applying at 22 years. Una 56 years today namhlanje akakayitholi indlu. Ngikhulumela uMahlodi wasendofire wacelwa u5,000 namhlanje akazayitholi indlu. Ngikhulumela wonke umphakathi wase Springfontein, Jagersfontein, Garib. Okudala kwa Provincial zabo 10 years ago, but namhlanje akazebenikezwe. Ngempela nithi siqole kanjani when the ANC is trading with the revolution. Sona and NDP promises have turned to be lies, decade of dishonesty. In every Sona, it will upgrade informal settlement and provide services sites. But what do we get? In 2023, the Department of Human Settlement underspent by 1.4 billion on the urban settlement development grant, while the backlog is skyrocketing. The Auditor General flagged mismanagement. In Kopanong Free State, houses have been unfinished for 6 years. No toilets, no water. You wonder how those structures were approved if it was not corruption. The NTP says by 2030, we will have transformed human settlement into vibrant integrated spaces. We are almost in the middle of 2025. Does this look like transformation? No. This looks like betrayal. There are over 2,200 informal settlements today. In Gauteng alone, 20.4% of households live in informal settlement. Northwest 18.5. Western Cape 15.1. The number is growing. Let's bring it the point closer. Let's talk about this so-called glorious province. In Cape Town alone, the so-called efficient metro, we find 146 informal settlement. Over 400,000 people live in backyard and in tin shacks. Majority of them black. Every year, both the NC and the Eastern up here with their heads high, saying there is a progress. But we smell sewage even in the walls of this parliament. MKP rejects this. The conditions are not an accident. They are the result of neoliberal anti-poor housing policies, backed by the African National Congress together now with the so-called GNU. MK Party provides alternative. We want our land. We want to reclaim our land so that we'll have our dignity. We won't have people sleeping on or having houses or shacks on top of the graveyard. As we've said, we are not here to critique only, we bring solution. We want to expropriate urban land, including urban land without compensation. Take back abandoned building and underused government offices, turn them into homes. Launch a national people housing brigade. Let the youth build their own future. Establish local housing assemblies. Let communities direct housing plans, not consultant in something. ban land banking and stop gentrification, create community land trust, put the land back in the hands of the people. In conclusion, this is not just a crisis, it is a crisis of leadership and injustice against our people, undermining of their basic human decency. The ruling party has not only failed the Freedom Charter, they have betrayed it. They speak of a rainbow nation together with their newly darlings, TA, while millions live on mud floors under leaking roofs. We say Sekwanele. We cannot speak of economic freedom when people are still landless and homeless. We cannot speak of dignity when the shack burns before winter ends. The MK will fight for all South Africans. When no child sleeps in shack, where housing is a right, not a privilege, and where the land returns to the people, where the freedom fighters who are still waiting for a shelter over their head are given decent houses because they survive and they fought for this country.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nzimande. Honourable members, we take the debate forward. Honourable Du Plessis from the Democratic Alliance will be next at the podium. Honourable Du Plessis.
Good afternoon, Honourable House Chair. Very simply put, the function of legislation is to 1, organize society, 2, establish rights and responsibilities of individuals and authorities, and most importantly, protect citizens' dignity, especially in a country shaped by an unjust past. Which is why Section 26 of the South African Constitution guarantees the right to adequate housing and obliges the state to take reasonable legislative and other measures within its available resources to realize this right. Now, access to adequate housing carries deep historical significance in South Africa, but also around the world, where access to housing was denied based on characteristics of birth. And with South Africa's arrival of democracy 31 years ago, just want to remind, 31 years ago, a promise was made and hope was restored. Various provincial legislatures began compiling housing lists meant to ensure non-partisan, fair, and equitable housing, offering real dignified solutions to desperate citizens. Budgets were allocated, committees were established, and people received a happy letter confirming that they were receiving housing, both improved and adequate. But in Gauteng, the original list in 1996-7 was not promulgated. Legislation was not implemented, and citizens' dignity was not protected. Was this a deliberate loophole, allowing opportunists in the system to manipulate and to loot for political and personal gain, happily driving luxury cars while citizens live in squalor? I can't say for certain, but what I can say for certain is that Rueda Ramzan and Gogo Madlini received happy letters in 96 and 97, yet still lack adequate housing, despite subsequent promises promising to prioritize the people from the list of 1996, 96, 7, 8, and 9. Gogo Sarah Mahapi, an informal earth dweller. This earth was promised as temporary. It remains without basic services and is continually subdivided, reportedly among political lines. With all these empty promises and callous behavior from those in power, it is no wonder that even with dire consequences, people who are desperate for adequate housing are illegally grabbing land where they can. The consequences are often inhumane and severe. And in December 2011, 31 families were swept away because they built their houses below the floodline in Karlspruitrivier in Ivory Park, but they were politically advised to stay there. This is an extreme example, and it doesn't speak to all the difficulties faced, one of which is the simple spacing issue between informal dwelling that has exacerbated lack of access by municipal officials. And this is often used as an attempt to explain why municipalities cannot and will not provide services. Beyond the promulgated housing list, one of the reasons for the desperation leading to the establishment of informal settlements, Gauteng faces another crisis. 19, all of the mega housing projects of Gauteng remain unfinished. Take Montrose, billions has been spent, and fewer than 40 homes have been completed. And the legal occupants of those 40 homes are now being told they have to move. Where is the money? Where did it go? Why have the people been forgotten? I have raised concern in this House regarding the tribal and ethnic tensions within the constituency that I serve in, Lenasia and surround. These illegal land grabs not only have implications on the social fabric, but it also decreases the legal property by almost 50% in the past 4 years. It also ensures that services are staggered to those who pay for services. The legal land grabs are allegedly implemented not only by the syndicates, but by politicians and officials who are taking advantage of the system. In projects like Roodepoort Farm, an ever-delayed project, syndicates purchase a piece of land illegally for anything between 1,500 Rand to 5,000 Rand, and then they sell it to the residents desperate for a piece of land between 11,000 Rand and 45,000 Rand, disregarding the current housing list, further exacerbating the desperation of people on the waiting list. Legislation is not being respected nor implemented by those who are meant to lead. For us to move forward as a country and eradicate the undignified living conditions of informal settlements created out of sheer desperation, we need to be honest. Yes, we have to lance the boil, and we need to speak openly of the injustices of the past. But we also need to speak about the injustices of the present. I will be the first to admit my privilege growing up. I had a roof, I had floors, I had a table to do my schoolwork at, a working shower to wake up on those early mornings for exam preparations, electricity for late night study sessions, and food on the table, even though at times the church had to give us food because times were tough. I still see my privilege, and I can say without any hesitation that it has made my life easier, which is why I will always fight to ensure that these privileges continue to the next generations, regardless of characteristics of birth. It is not necessary to have an additional barrier to entry to those still waiting for the dignity of the fair implementation of this enshrined right. I did not make the legislation, nor would I ever choose the legislation that gave me the privileges growing up. In fact, I have committed my adult life to ensuring that these horrific injustices are redressed. Yet, I am still waiting for the opportunists in the system living in Houghton and driving luxury cars to admit to the pure theft of the people's money and their rights. And I'm waiting for them to dedicate their lives to the protection of the dignity of the people they swore an oath to represent. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Du Plessis. We now continue with the KwaZulu-Natal MEC for Human Settlements, and that's the Honourable Duma. Honourable Duma.
Thank you so much, Honourable Chair, for affording me this opportunity. I'm just delighted and glad. It's just a thorny matter and the contradiction that I'm just debating immediately after Honourable Du Plessis, who is just displaying and projecting her understanding of what was a privilege. Little did she thought she can just talk in an April month, in a freedom month, on the issue of land in particular. I thought that she's going to talk in a month and elucidate the point. When are the Du Plessis going to give us back the land, which is a fundamental pillar? Don't talk about the study desk. That is peripheral. If you want to be core, if you want to be a real revolutionary, you just have to juxtapose those matters. And as you understand, Honorable Chairperson, that why our people were designated in these areas, Honorable Billy, you just have to understand that it was even legislation such as Group Areas Act, Influx Control Act, and the past laws prevented Africans from moving freely, from owning properties or to even run their business without develop power to own areas. So I think it is unfortunate and careless to come and project as if it's normal. And unfortunately, to build, I thought that we were just going to gallivant to a point that a municipality of Cape Town failed dismally to deal with a property developer who has just deployed people who are careless, people don't understand the process and did a very short job. Yet we've got an audacity of attacking one African woman who's trying, who was part and parcel of those who were oppressed. I don't think it's strong of you. You spoke length as an armchair revolutionaries who don't understand why you have to be born and grow up in Nanda. Is as a result of the democratic process that was designed by DP, by your national party, not this thing. The evil system was developed as a result of those people. It was injustice that propelled MEC Dumsan Makai to lay a foundation upon which we're building society today. And you've talking about the project of Etemben, in particular the man mold. I don't think you have got proper statistics which can just update you that the municipality didn't create services in terms of bulk services. It is us, the department, who are doing that project. There's been blocked projects, now there's been unblocked by this government. Same thing applies to Mpolwane. I will just boast and tell you that the 100 million that have just been allocated extra in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, it is as a result of the culprit called Western Cape Province, who couldn't finish their grant. Just imagine the informal settlement, in particular adjacent to the airport. You don't see the audacity to develop Langa, Nyanga area because you don't take them serious. You think lesser of those people when you are developing. In the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we are the province that developed the milestone major project of Upper Edendale. 25,000 units have been built by this province of KwaZulu-Natal because we remain a caring government. And we have not even suggested that we have done what is adequate. We do understand that there is a backlog, and it is as a result of spatial planning, the poor planning by the systems of apartheid you've just inherited, which we are also posting to be member of the Democratic Alliance this day that must give us back the land. We have reported in various platforms that the following delivery. Since 2019, we created 77,307 housing opportunity, built more than 57,969 houses across all subsidy instruments, provided 19,401 service sites in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, issued 15,730 title deeds, which remains a pinnacle for Africans, blacks, and particular, we have suffered the onslaught, for it becomes an emotional adage for them just to receive a title deed. We have created 32,990 work opportunities, created 1,464 work opportunities solely through skills transfer in 60 housing projects. We've provided 20,202 finance-linked individual subsidies, which is critical for this province of KwaZulu-Natal. Members, we've made this achievement despite the fact that the conventional housing deliveries are very expensive and take between 5 to 10 years. Some of the factors contributing to the long process are the lengthy timeframes associated with such housing project activities. I must also just highlight, Honorable Chairperson, that just a week ago at eThekwini, Mayor and I, we met Amakosi in the area so that we identify strategic pieces of land where we could just develop. I'm sure, as you understand, that in urban areas, there is this attitude that comes from the Billies, the Duplessis of this world, who are saying that not behind my background, not behind my yard. It's something that is unpalatable that I thought that they were going to address. If we want to be serious, if we want to be intrinsic about delivering the issues of land, we just have to understand that let us release all the strategic parcels so that our people are going to be assisted in the processes. We've then resolved, Honorable Chair, that we are still going to consolidate on building high rises as the new technology allows us in the urban stream, like metros, like secondary cities. But where Amakosa are agreeing and giving us a space, we're just then going to forward and advance that process. Amongst other courses in the area, Inkosi Umgcobo has already allocated a strategic land where he's saying that people must just build as a result of flood. As you know, that the global warming is real, and as the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we've just been affected. At this stage, honorable members wish to report that we have made great progress in addressing challenges faced by victims of flood. We rezoned 7 land parcels that belong to the state where we will build houses. We felt that this would not require lengthy negotiations and incur the high cost of land acquisition, as I've already alluded to it. We also wish to indicate that the department utilized the appointment of a team of professionals to do detailed studies of these properties, package town planning applications, and submit them to the local authority to review and approve in accordance with SPLUMA. All these were successful. I've already highlighted the role that has been started at the level of engaging the mayor of eThekwini, who understand, because 75% of informal settlements in eThekwini, in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, is found in eThekwini, because we know it is because of unemployment, job opportunities. Our people still flock in some developed areas. It is what we just have to develop, and we intend ensuring that, which is why we are regarded as human settlements. Let us develop these areas, bring factories, major investment. And I thought that Honorable Billy, because he comes from the province, he was also going to divert some of this investment so that it does not enjoy only the privilege that is only enjoyed by few when he's in Western Cape. And when he comes back, he's going to strike it. Just lope and advocate for those. If you're a real revolutionary, if you really want to change the people's life. But if you want to pay lip service, you'll only talk about one lady who has tried by all means to assist, even develop. Football is amongst the pinnacles and the pillars where it comes to in our development. Working with municipality, we are strengthening our working relationship with municipality to accelerate the delivery of houses. We'll deal decisively with the slow pace of the construction of houses, act swiftly in this regard. This includes taking away developer status. We can't afford to prolong the suffering of the people who elected this government into office. It must be further noted that KZN Department of Human Settlement has never shied away from the number of housing projects that are currently stalled or disrupted due to challenges peculiar to each project. That's leadership. That's what we must do. Critical as an executive authority, I've personally intervened where district municipalities have failed dismal to provide funding for the provision of bulk infrastructure, as I've already highlighted on the Tubaletu project. As a department, we have spent from 350 million to more than 1.1 billion providing bulk services, which is actually a municipal function. It is the same with Alfred Duma. We've done the same thing when it comes to Ishumbulane. We will be visiting that area in the coming weeks. We'll also be visiting Bulane area to unblock bottleneck in the area of age housing, as we've already started that process. I'm sure Honorable Makaya these days, who grew up in Katomena, will say that in the 30 years that has been surpassed, a lot has happened, but still the neck, still the heel must still be addressed. He grew up in a Katomena, a certain Katom person who was in the Durban beachfront, who develop his properties in beachfront. Unfortunately, the system gave him more land just to compensate him. Just imagine. And unfortunately, those who built their informal settlements were evacuated by the system. It's something that we should be deliberating on it as we enjoy the privilege that is brought by the Madibas of this world, the Solomon Mahlangu's blood, instead of just giving a lip service, instead of thinking because I'm privileged enough, I fall in the middle strata, then things are easy. When we want to talk boldly about the issue of corruption, talk about the white privilege, talk about the neoliberal approach of stealing the land talk about ensuring that how are you contributing in the issue of imbalance of the past. So those are the issues in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Our arms at this point in time are open and welcoming all those who want to dwell in this province, who want to develop, and this has been declared as a construction site. Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Duma. Honourable members, we now continue with the South African Local Governments Association. Once again, Councillor Huma is next to speak. Councillor?
Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Ministers present, Honorable MECs, Honorable Chief Whip of the NCOP, Honorable members, greetings from South African Local Government Association. A State South Africa reported released in 2022 on the profile of homeless
Councillor, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
That in 1996, the official count of homeless
Councillor,
individuals stood at
can I draw your attention to your
13.135.
bandwidth, which
But
is
by
low?
2022, that number had more than quadrupled, reaching 5. Yes?
Councillor, sorry, your
Can you hear me
bandwidth
now?
is low. Can I
Can you
suggest
hear
that you
me?
turn your video off and try and continue with your speech, please?
Can you now hear me?
Much better. Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Can you hear me, Honorable Member? Thank you very much, and my apologies about that. According to the housing data supplied by the Department of Human Settlement, there are approximately 4,297 informal settlements across the country, which are home to more than 2 million households, most of which are concentrated in the major metropolitan areas of Johannesburg, Cape Town. This comes against the backdrop of South Africa having delivered almost 5 million state subsidized housing opportunities over the last 30 years, ranging from the RDP units, rental units, serviced size, etc. If you assume a household conservatively of 2 parents and 4 children, then our investment should have accommodated 30 million people. Of course, remembering that many of our households have far more than 6 people, this calls for a more reflection than the populist suggestion of augmented households where, for example, just mentioned, live in the city searching for jobs while the rest live in some other place that they call home. This structural and historic challenge immediately doubles the housing needs. The mobility that our people now enjoy, thanks to our fight for freedom and constitution that defends the freedom of movement, results in people receiving a housing opportunity in one place, but then exercising their rights to move elsewhere in search of opportunity. We must still accommodate them at their place of need. How do we plan and accommodate this need against the backdrop of the previous investment in these people or household without punishing them for exercising their right to move around their beloved country? In terms of urbanization, all this also speaks to it. The movement of people and natural population growth results in the expansion of cities and towns. Urbanization is accelerating at an exponential rate in developing countries, and it has now become the modern trend of today's globalized world. The unprecedented proliferation of slums and informal settlements and the difficulty of keeping up with this moving target are just some of the challenges of urbanization. Slums, informal settlements, and inadequate housing remain the visible manifestation of poverty and inequality in cities. According to Stats SA Household Survey, South Africa has one of the highest urbanization rates in the global south. More than half of South Africa's population is urbanized. Up to 64% of South Africans live in the country's urban centers. This is a higher level of urbanization than China at 54%, India at 32%, Nigeria at 47%, and many other countries in the global south. This has major implications for housing in our metros and secondary cities where the urbanization results in people living in informal settlements. These informal settlements are recently now happening in previously formal, vibrant CBDs as people chose to locate closer to places of opportunity. A glimmer of hope from 2022 census is that the growth of informal settlement has stabilized and has been shrinking. This trend in the data may need to be analyzed more deeply against the background of the pressure that continues to be visible, especially with this new trend of buildings being hijacked in our CBDs. Having said that, it is worth noting that South Africa is investing resources to manage and contain the informal settlement in the form of the Informal Settlement Upgrading Partnership and its funding, that is ISUPG. We appreciate the 4.5 billion that has been spent by the metros towards informal settlements upgrading in the current financial year 2024-2025, and noting the medium-term financial commitments too. We must strengthen the intergovernmental collaboration for the planning and implementation of targeted informal settlement upgrading projects. We have noted the steady growth of the backyard housing as a subsector sitting at the confluence of informality and the formal real estate market. We believe that it plays a vital role in meeting the housing need of multitudes of residents in South Africa, while possibly creating a ladder for those at the lower end of the market to enter the real estate market while providing a housing solution to our people. Research has shown that 1 in 7 urban households in the country reside in the backyard housing. This subsector, however, remains neglected, unregulated, and unsupported. It is not provided for in policy, nor the Housing Act of 1997, nor the Housing Code. SALGA has successfully lobbied for small-scale affordable rental housing, inclusive of this subsector of backyard rental, to be included in the new Human Settlement White Paper that was gazetted on the 31st of January 2025. We must now work together to ensure that it is done properly, wherein it will provide opportunity for those in need of this typology of accommodation and upcoming micro developers, while guarding against adverse effects such as non-compliance with municipal bylaws, overburdening urban infrastructure, etc. In terms of unavailability of land, one of the first essential conditions for a vibrant and well-functioning house sector is the availability of residential land in ample supply and at affordable prices. Slow and complex land identification, allocation, and development processes have resulted in insufficient land for housing development purposes. State ownership of land in and around cities is limited. For the majority of the population, access to land is limited to two equally as or invasion of public or private lands, and other environmental sensitivities constraints the availability of buildable land, inflating land values and pushing poorer segments of the population to settle on marginal and environmentally hazardous sites such as steep slopes or lowlands. While pressure on accessible sites has led to overcrowding and congestion in existing settlements. In terms of PI Act amendment, while we continue to chase this moving target and building on the 5 million housing opportunities of yesteryear, we need to effectively manage illegal occupation of land and the financial burden this matter causes for municipalities, who are being required to provide alternative accommodation for the illegal occupiers when they get evicted. This requirement comes against a backdrop of the constitution allocated to provinces and national government. However, once someone illegally occupies land or a property and has to be evicted, the mandate shifts to municipalities who are not funded to fulfill it. We must either allocate this responsibility formally to municipalities, or provinces must be the ones required to provide emergency housing in line with the constitutional powers allocated to them regarding housing. There is a correlation between unauthorized land occupation and informal settlement. The financial impact of illegal occupation of land on the municipality is substantial. In responding to unauthorized land occupations, municipalities incur a wide range of unplanned costs. The Prevention of Illegal Eviction Act, as the piece of legislation that speaks to the matter of evictions in the cases of, has unfortunately not been handled. There's noting the sensitivity that comes with it. We are well aware of the history of the land dispossession, the resultant hunger for land, particularly for housing. At the same time, addressing this historical and omnipresent challenge must be done in a just, fair, and legal manner. Some positive news is that the Department of Human Settlement has commenced the process towards the amendment. SALGA is ready and willing to work with the department following our earlier submission to find a good balance between the rights of those in real need for land and housing on the one hand and landowners on the one hand. This must be done in a manner that allows for sustainable municipalities and the fair allocation of government subsidized housing opportunities. The current review of the PI Act needs to take in municipalities and put an end to the added financial strain the PI Act in its currently. The role of municipality in the delivery of human settlement must be strengthened through giving them the necessary accreditation to deliver the function. Ultimately, the function must be formally assigned to local government in order to manage out to confusion created by the dual expectations. We note that the revised accreditation program was approved
Councillor?
by MINMEC in September last year. Honorable Member.
I'm afraid your time has expired, Councillor. We thank you very much for your inputs.
Thank you very much.
Honourable members, that was the Executive Mayor of the Rustenburg Municipality, Councillor Mabale Huma, who was today representing SALGA. Honourable members online, there is a timer on your screen. Please do take cognizance of it and keep within the time limits. Thank you very much indeed. We return to the House. Honourable Gericke will now be taking the debate forward on behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, housing or human settlements has been a critical point of contention in our governance system for a very long time, as millions of South Africans are living in informal settlements or squatter camps without basic infrastructure and services. Chair, it is estimated that between 4,000 to 6,000 informal settlements are prevalent in South Africa. This number of informal settlements houses between 2.5 million to 5 million people, including children, women, disabled, elderly, and some of the most vulnerable people of our society. These people are living in extreme difficult conditions, and many of them without water, decent sanitation, proper roads, and electricity. With many generations having been raised in these conditions without the possibility of better and decent shelter or human settlements for them and their children. These circumstances have an inevitable humiliating and degrading effect on the dignity and integrity of our fellow countrymen. And most of all, this phenomenon impacts the psychological mood and social development of young children living under these conditions. The EFF is acutely aware of the fact that government has, over the years, managed to build a number of reconstruction and development houses, RDP houses. Many of these houses are, however, constructed under poor quality and situated mainly on the outskirts or periphery of towns where no proper infrastructure exists, such as schools, clinics, and decent facilities. Millions more are living in backyards in cramped up conditions, and these overcrowded conditions are the main causes of illnesses such as tuberculosis and other diseases. Chairperson, our struggle was for a decent and dignified living conditions, but it is still evading a great part of our communities. Thousands of millions are not afforded the opportunity. Therefore, the EFF asserts that this council must, first and foremost, acknowledge that the Department of Human Settlement is not capacitated to meet the requirements of Section 26(2) of the Constitution of South Africa. The department struggles to keep up with the demand for human settlement or access to adequate housing. This statement is particularly true given the prevalence and proliferation of informal settlements, as well as the inadequate provision of houses or human settlement. The EFF further contends that the department is not equipped to roll out the different models of housing in South Africa and fail to provide for those in need. We are seriously concerned that the national department, together with provincial and local governments, have mainly focused on RDP houses, as it's called, neglecting the other models that make provision for those who do not qualify for RDP houses. By saying this, the EFF advocates for all people to have access to adequate housing.
Please take your seat, Honourable Chirika. Yes, Honourable Badenhorst, on what are you rising?
I'm rising on Rule 61B.
Please proceed, Honourable Member.
The Honourable Member is misleading the House with the statement that provincial governments like the Western Cape has only done RDP housing. The Western Cape is one of the provinces that have showed the rest of the country how to do social housing, like Conradi Park, Goodwood Station, etc. And he must acknowledge that because it's true.
Honourable Member, I'm sure you'll have a chance to rebut that in the debate.
Point of order, Chair.
Take your seat. Honourable
Chirika,
you may continue.
You never had received attention when you were a child. This is why you behave like this, like a child, a little toddler here. By saying this, the EFF advocates for all people to have access to adequate housing. This includes the most vulnerable section of our communities who qualify for houses. Under the current dispensation, Chairperson, other models will include social housing like the finance-linked subsidy program or FLISP as it's called, rental stock, the UISP, the upgrading of informal settlements, and so on. However, the time has come where government must admit that the current models do not speak to the needs of all people. It is also important to understand that not only parts of the Constitution must be upheld, but the entire Constitution should be honored and respected, meaning that all people should be catered for. Chairperson, it is equally disgraceful when provincial governments are unable to utilize their budgets optimally to provide human settlement for their citizens. This we have witnessed recently when the DA government in the Western Cape lost over 300 million rand allocated by National Treasury due to non-delivery of services and not able to meet their targets. It is a massive amount of money that could assist thousands of people in need for housing. But the Western Cape Government of Human Settlement shamefully ignored the plight of people in need for houses and did not use the funds to provide houses for those in need. The Western Cape is more worried to dish out land to private developers, effectively narrowing the space for the poor and the working class to acquire land and housing opportunities. This despite the fact that Cape Town alone has a housing waiting list, comrades, of 650,000 families. A waiting housing list. This excludes smaller towns like George, where almost 40,000 families on the housing waiting list. And I am from George. Further, keep in mind that hundreds of RDP houses are, I want you to hear this, hundreds of RDP houses are standing vacant in George for a number of years due to vandalism and theft.
Point of order, Chair.
This was done while a security company was contracted to guard the houses.
Sorry, Honourable Chirika, take your seat, please. Yes, Honourable Badenhorst.
Chair, this honourable member, rising on Rule 61B, he's deliberately misleading the House with false statements. Jay, he just said that 650,000 families are waiting on the housing list. It's 650,000 individuals. There's a big difference. Maybe he should learn his mathematics before he comes to make speeches.
Honorable Badenhorst, I'm sure. Take your seat, please, Mr. Kirika. Honorable members. Honorable Badenhorst, your point is noted. However, I'm sure that you and your party will have an opportunity to respond when it's your turn to debate. Honorable Kirika, please continue.
You to lay a formal charge against me for misleading the House.
Loading.
This despite the fact that further keep in mind that hundreds of RDP houses are standing vacant in George for a number of years due to vandalism and theft. And this was done while a security company was contracted to guard the houses. Over and above this, Chairperson, keep in mind that a DAMMC in George was a couple of years found guilty of selling houses of the poor, the needy, and the vulnerable, and he's been sentenced in a court of law. I am proud to say that I lifted that case in the George Council, City Council, and I took it all the way to the courts. Subsequently, over 400 families that qualified for houses cannot move and are pushed back further down on the housing waiting list. This is indeed shameful in a province where the DA claims to deliver services to all people, but neglecting the poor, needy, and the vulnerable. Chairperson, thousands of families are being deprived of housing opportunities in George, and after so many years, those houses are still standing vacant without consequences for those responsible. The MEC for Human Settlement in the Western Cape must take full responsibility and quit his position because he is consecutively in breach to run that department properly and exercise oversight. There must be severe consequences to those who do not prioritize the poor, the needy, the vulnerable, and the marginalized section of our community. Housing is a basic need. The EFF strongly urges the Department of Human Settlement to revisit and repurpose their policies to roll out opportunities for all. First and foremost, the EFF proposed a moratorium on the sale of land to private developers who cater exclusively for the rich and middle class at the cost of the poor. It is common cause that these developers are afforded prime land in any town or city, effectively excluding those who cannot afford the high prices of land. And those who cannot afford those high prices are the poor African masses. Having said that, land cannot be on wholesale to wealthy developers all the time. The wholesale of prime land to wealthy developers, servicing the upper class clients, their upper class clients, and excluding other South Africans who cannot afford exorbitant prices on land is a recipe for disaster and uprise. The poor and working class must have equal access to these pockets of land without barriers excluding them to live anywhere in their country of birth. Municipalities must submit land audits in order to determine the balance of land available for human settlement, including the poor. The EFF further demands that all private housing developments, include mixed development for the benefit of the poor and the middle class by 2026. The EFF has advocated for a very long time now that Housing Development Agency should be repurposed into a fully fledged state housing construction company to accelerate the delivery of houses by 2026. The EFF demands that the Informal Settlement Agency be established for the rezoning and formalization of all informal settlements. Subsidization of housing finance must be introduced for middle income earners, including workers who earn minimum wage. The EFF will ensure that access to a home is made an inalienable right in the Constitution. The EFF proposed that the state improves the quality and size of low-cost houses through a state housing company. The EFF further recommends that government converts unused state buildings into affordable housing for the poor, offering people long-term secured households to these buildings. Houses must be accessible for the people who are differently abled. Modular and prefabricated homes, reducing construction time and cost while maintaining quality and durability is a preferred and essential model given the urgent need for decent houses. The upgrading of informal settlements program must not just be a starter pack, but a family home with appropriate space to build strong and dignified families. The eradication of squatter camps and spatial justice for disadvantaged communities must be prioritized. Municipal councils, particularly in the Western Cape and Northwest Province, must formulate comprehensive policies with clear short and long-term goals to achieve the constitutional objective to provide adequate housing opportunities to its citizens. The Northwest Province and the Western Cape are ticking time bombs for civil disobedience, for the lack of planning, mediocrity, politicking, and incompetence when it comes to the delivery of houses. Hundreds of thousands of people are forced into informal settlements in the Northwest because of a lack of implementation of budgets and housing opportunities. The confusion of corruption to housing waiting lists is a matter of great concern. This cannot be accepted as normal and must be addressed. The focus of the National Department must now shift to those provinces where councils are unable to identify land, plan properly, install services, and are unable to use the housing budgets or divert the funds to their other projects. This is a corrupt practice, and the department must take firm action against any individual or organ of state that cannot deliver on their mandate or abuse housing funds. This includes laying criminal charges against those implicated. Chair, we are also concerned at how some municipalities also include expensive engineering services. This is an important point. Engineering services and deducted from the subsidies, thereby building a cheaper quality of house and a smaller house. The National Department of Human Settlement must ensure that the entire subsidy is utilized to build the house and the house only. These exorbitant costs for engineering services must be budgeted for separately in a vote dedicated for those services only. The masses of people, I'm talking governance, sir, I'm not talking emotion or sensation. The masses of people who pay dearly for the liberation of our country can no longer stay in inhumane, humiliating circumstances and squalor due to the arrogance and division of political leaders without vision to liberate their own people. This weekend alone, we have witnessed how an informal settlement in Wellington was ravaged under the fire and left 800 people homeless and destitute. It happens all over the Western Cape every year. Municipal councils must create circumstances conducive for the development of houses, and council policies must give effect to spatial justice and be consistent with democracy in order to establish well-structured, organized, and civilized communities. The economic freedom fighters is fiercely advocating for integrated communities. The government can no longer proceed to build separate communities, as is the case at the moment. The objectives of our struggle were to establish non-racial, integrated, peaceful, and structured communities where our children can live and play in harmony. Councils who fail to meet deadlines and targets attached to housing budget allocations from National Treasury must be dealt with in accordance with the powers assigned to the Auditor General when it comes to material irregularities. The delivery of houses will assist to restore the dignity and integrity of millions of poor, destitute, and marginalized communities. Let us as lawmakers make sure that no child is ever again deprived and stripped of their dignity by living in these utter degrading conditions. It is our role and responsibility to make sure that our children and the generations to come grow up in a decent, clean, and dignified environment. As the EFF, we call on communities to stand up against the evil forces of corruption and maladministration, mediocrity, and non-delivery of services to the poor and the needy. Let us stand up and speak to for the voiceless and the marginalized. Their struggle is our struggle. Your child is my child. And let us make sure that those in power are held accountable for the delivery of houses to all South Africans. Informal settlements, squatter camps, and homelessness can no longer be accepted as normal in our democratic dispensation. Let us punish those at the ballot box who cannot deliver on their constitutional mandate. They do not deserve positions of power. The time has come for change. Our people want houses, land, and prosperity. Forward we shall march to the people's government.
Thank you, Honourable Chirika, for that spirited delivery. Honourable members, the House now recognises the Honourable Mabibo, who will debate on behalf of the African National Congress. Honourable Mabibo.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, as the African National Congress, we strive for the full realization of the Freedom Charter. Amongst the demands of the Freedom Charter is for a democratic government to guarantee the people the right to live where they choose, be decently housed, and bring up their families with comfort and security. Over the years, the ANC-led government has done this through the implementation of the upgraded informal settlements program. The upgrading of the informal settlements program was designed to be undertaken by metropolitan municipality and provincial governments to assist the local municipality outside the metropolitan areas. However, is poor spending on the informal settlement partnership grant, which stood at 34.7% expenditure against the annual allocation as of the end of the second quarter of the 2024-2025 financial year, which ended on the 31st December 2024. As the African National Congress, we urge the national government to commit building the capacity and capabilities of local and provincial governments to realize successful implementation of the upgrading of the informal settlement program through improving on the spending of allocation grants. Honorable members, the Freedom Charter, our fundamental policy for transformation, declared that slums shall be demolished and new suburbs built where all have transport, roads, lighting, playing fields, creches, social centers, and the ANC-led government is progressively realizing the declaration through the implementation of the upgrading of informal settlement program. The upgrading of the informal settlement program seeks to realize three interrelated objectives: securing tenure rights for residents of informal settlement, improving the health and security dwellers, and actively empowering informal settlement residents. The ANC-led government through this program has managed to secure tenure rights for millions of households living in informal settlements, thereby realizing full citizenship. The government has also ensured that our people are living in healthy and secure environments and have access to affordable and sustainable basic municipal infrastructure, such as electricity, water, sanitation, and refuse removal. The 8 metropolitan municipalities have upgraded several informal settlements, provided basic municipal infrastructure services. Honorable Chairperson, we have made real progress since the upgrading of the informal settlement partnership grant started in the 2019-2020 financial year. First, as part of the Human Settlement Development Grants to help with planning and preparation, and later as its own separate grants. In the past 5 years, that is the 2019 and 2024 medium-term strategic framework, the department has set a target of 1,500 informal settlements upgrading into phase 3 of upgrading of informal settlements programs. The department has upgraded at least 1,269 informal settlements, which are in various phases. In the past 5 years, just last month, the 8 metropolitan municipalities presented their work to the Parliament on progress in implementing the more than 4.5 billion allocated towards the informal settlement upgrading partnership grants. For this current financial year, as of the 28th February 2025, the total expenditure incurred in the grant stands at more than 2.1 billion rands. And at the time, it was reported that several invoices were not yet paid, which will increase the expenditure on the grants. Honourable members, this progress means in real terms that informal settlements dwellers are being provided with basic municipal infrastructure services such as electricity, access roads, stormwater drainage, water, sanitation, and refuse collection. While some of the informal settlements are in a process of being formalized through the process of establishing township by the local government, such as Lovoville, Pumakaya, Bumbezini under the city of Tshwane in Gauteng province. As the African National Congress, we have publicly acknowledged the decline in effective service delivery, which is caused by a lack of human capacity, poor intergovernmental coordination, and the dysfunctional coalition government, especially in the metropolitan municipalities. Honorable Chairperson, the African National Congress is committed to ensuring that every municipality in the country employs highly competent managers and engineers, starting at the top with the municipal manager, chief financial officers, and the director for infrastructure and technical services, supported by a team of accountants and engineers with the necessary technical expertise, guarantee the effective implementation not only of human settlement projects, but all developments in their respective areas. National Treasury has reported that between the year 2018 and 19 and 2023 and 2022-2023 financial years, the local government sphere has returned an amount of 17.7 billion on unspent conditional grants that were paid back to the national fiscus. This means that millions of our people were denied access to basic municipal infrastructure, such as safe, clean drinking water, decent sanitation, and refuse collections, among other services. As the African National Congress commits to fast-track professionalization of the local government sector, this should be done through reviewing the white paper on local government, and this will ensure that we build the capacity and the capabilities of the local government for the successful implementation of the upgrading of the informal settlement program in their respective jurisdiction. Honourable members, as the national government begins reviewing the white papers of local government, we must engage with the department responsible for local government and the Organization of Municipalities, SALGA, on how best to explore ways to streamline and simplify the spatial planning and land use management framework, as it is one of the contributing factors that delay many of human settlements, such as land rezoning, township establishment, that will ensure the upgrading of informal settlement. As much as South African Constitution guarantees the right not to be forcefully evicted from their homes or have their homes demolished without court order, which would have considered all relevant circumstances, it is also safeguard the rights to property and prohibits arbitrary deprivation of property. In short, our democratic constitution safeguards against illegal land invasion and land grabs, which is the sponsor of the debate, has in the past advocated for. We therefore call on democratic government to put measures in place to address poor governance in spatial planning and less land use management so as to cap mushrooming of informal settlements. We, the African National Congress, are worried that many new informal settlements has been built on riverbanks, floodplains, railway lines, and under ESCOM electricity lines, which makes in situ upgrading impossible, forcing the local municipalities to relocate informal settlement dwellers to faraway greenfields housing projects. We have observed that some individuals intentionally construct this informal settlement on inhabited lands to gain priority and bypass the long-term government subsidized housing waiting list. Honorable Chairperson, as the African National Congress, we are urging the local municipality to put measures in place that no new informal settlement is built on riverbanks or floodplains, under electric lines or on railway lines. As much as we strongly urge the democratic government to ensure the integration of measures to mitigate climate change through the appropriation of alternative building materials, we equally urge the government to make budgetary provision not as funds to respond to the emergency disaster, but as money to proactively plan towards mitigating the effects of climate change. Ours in the August House is to ensure that the national governments push measures in place towards building the capacity and capabilities of the local governments for the successful implementation of the upgrading of informal settlements program, realize that the right to access decent housing, security, and comfort as envisaged in the Freedom Charter.
Thank you. Gilabocha. Thank you, Honourable Member. Members, we now proceed with the debate. It will be the turn of the Honourable Molapisi, who is the Northwest MEC for Human Settlements. Honourable Molapisi.
Thank you very much, Chair, and let me recognize the presence of the Chairperson of the NCOP, Honourable Philip Tsipane, the Deputy Chairperson, Honourable Les Governor, Chief Whip of the NCOP, Honourable Kenny Moenbang, the Minister, Deputy Ministers, MECs, Honourable Members, representatives of the South African Local Government Association, and distinguished guests. Honourable Members, I rise to appreciate the opportunity to participate in this important debate of our lifetime. The debate on inadequacy of housing and the prevalence of informal settlement comes at a time when our country celebrates the 70th anniversary of the Freedom Charter, which its bold declaration in terms of one of its clauses that there shall be houses, security, and comfort, place the provision and housing central to our developmental trajectory. I must hasten to say no better time and place exists to remember the words by the late Istwalanda Seaparankwe Joe Slovo at the occasion of the National Housing Summit in 1994, when he said, and I quote, "We could have talked about the facts and figures of South Africa's housing problems. We could have talked about we could have once again looked at the massive backlog and talk about the number of new families entering the market every year. But numbers don't tell even half the story. We would have been discussing in a vacuum, divorced from the people and places we aim to serve. Housing is a physical requirement, but it is also much more. It is a spiritual need which goes to the root of a dignified, tolerable life if it is at the core of a better life for all South Africans, and close quote. I must acknowledge that there are challenges which predicate the prevalence of informal settlement, among them inadequate housing. Honorable Chair, the department, we are aware of municipal infrastructure units' shortcomings because the system are not operating as effectively as they should. Neglect and infrastructure deterioration have a significant effect in housing delivery. I cannot emphasize enough how a lack of bulk infrastructure affects housing delivery. We have, for instance, reticulated internal services in various areas, like, if I can make an example, in Ditsobota, where there is no bulk currently and leak will develop by the time bulk gets connected, further posing challenges that we are facing. As the province, we used to get a 2 billion in grant funding nearly 10 years ago, but like many other provinces, that has since changed. The targeted delivery of homes and services sites decreased as a result of budget cuts, that cuts of 400 million just 2 fiscal years ago. The impact of budget cuts on the housing portfolio must be openly discussed, even if they are justified by competing government priorities. We continue to observe expansion of informal settlement, especially at the mining towns, due to potential employment opportunities. Our municipalities are inundated with constant land invasion, putting pressure to the department to respond expeditiously to provide basic services, thereby disrupting normal planning cycle and processes. Perhaps we need to caution some members of this august house on revolutionary sounding postulation for people to occupy any vacant land. We must say, honorable member, there is a member who's imitating Alan Busak. I want to agree that this member has a tendency of deliberately misleading the House. In the Northwest Province so far, we have built close to 859 houses for our people. The DA must not lie and says, wait, governs it deliver. Go tell that to the people in Kayeli, Chailanga, in Inyang, that you are delivering. Honorable Chair, I went to an area called Kagisano Molopo in the Dr. Ruth Silkhomutsi Mompati area, where we handed over a house to Mr. Patrick Namba, who was a former Buputatswana, Tebogo Sambo, who was a former Buputatswana soldier, who appreciated this intervention. We continue to provide houses and give our elders houses through our program of Twinsa Lerole on a weekly basis. While we seek to present the best interest of our constituency and to best of our abilities, we need to do so responsibly, alive to the realities on the ground and considerate of government capacity to respond favorably to the needs of our communities. The housing delivery machinery is also confronted with a challenge of high mobility of beneficiaries. This may be caused by reason we have already mentioned, that some people move around a lot in the interest of securing better opportunities, resulting in department being unable to track beneficiaries, leaving completed housing unoccupied. One of the major challenges facing human settlement in the province is block projects resulting from the historical trench payment, wherein municipality utilize funds for different purposes than human settlement. Honorable member, the National Department of Human Settlement has adopted a white paper for human settlement 2024, which provides for a tacit approach to address challenges arising from informal settlement to align and play our part. The province Department of Human Settlement has just completed an informal settlement upgrading strategy, after which it would then commence with the informal settlement upgrading projects. In the financial year under review, the department appointed 11 contractors to provide internal services to residents of Popomolefe informal settlement in Rustenburg, as well as Makwasi Hill in Dr. Kenneth Kaunda region. The Department of Human Settlement is working closely with the Department of COGTA in the province to resolve challenges of bulk infrastructure in the affected municipality through the Cocta Bulk Infrastructure Committee. We have taken advantage of the Infrastructure South Africa bid window period to apply for bulk infrastructure projects. We are working around the clock to try source available funding to alleviate the situation. To address the anomaly of irregular expenditure emanating from trench payments, we have conducted a reconciliation exercise and municipalities have signed acknowledgement of debts. We have also taken a deliberate action to move in some of the beneficiaries of some block projects into new projects. Additionally, the department has appointed a number of contractors to unblock the block projects for the 2023-2024 financial year after the assessment by the NHBRC. As I've stated before, Honorable Chairperson, these projects have also been affected due to budgetary constraints or budget cuts. Honorable members, we remain committed to creating a sustainable human settlement. In our considered view, and it is our considered view, of course, that the restoration of our people's dignity rests in the housing them in habitable homes with basic amenities, as indicated by the Minister, Honorable Thembisi Melane, at this August House yesterday. The Department of Human Settlement is putting a spotlight on issues of lack of bulk services for human settlement projects, as well as promoting integration of social and economic aspects, thereby yielding dividends in terms of spatial planning, community services, and broadly quality of life for our citizens. Through the DDM, we are encouraging our municipality to consider using bylaws to address land invasion coupled with planning to formalize all settlement on available vacant land. We are planning the Minimec, which is taking place tomorrow. And in this Minimec, we'll look into the possibility to host seminar on housing challenges in the province before the end of the third quarter of the 2025-26 financial year. The seminar will be attended by various stakeholders who are important, including your Northwest House of Traditional and Khoisan leaders, the Northwest University. We'll also look into the issue of informal settlement and how we can collaborate to address human settlement challenges. Siyakuba, asina mono, asina nsondo, ke a leboga.
Thank you very much, MEC Molapisi. Honourable members, the House now recognises the Honourable Breert from the Freedom Front Plus and invite her to the podium. Honourable Breert.
Thank you, House Chair. South Africa's housing crisis is not I come with a soundtrack. South Africa's housing crisis is not just a statistic or a technical challenge. It is a national catastrophe born out of political failure, systematic corruption, and the ANC's sheer indifference to the cries of the poor. Let us speak the truth plainly. The ANC government has failed dismally to deliver adequate housing. It has failed to provide dignity. It has failed to honor the promises it made in 1994, and it has failed to enact its own Freedom Charter. Instead of houses, people have received waiting lists. Instead of safety, they get fire hazardation. They are given pit toilets. This is not development. This is decay. As I mentioned yesterday, as of 2023, there are 4,297 informal settlements in South Africa, testimonies to the ANC's incompetence. In these settlements, 70% of the residents are food insecure and 57 stay in overcrowded houses, with residents forced to live in shacks with daily health and safety risks. Children grow up surrounded by disease, filth, and danger. And what does the ANC do? It merely watches. While rural towns collapse from neglect, millions flee to cities like Gauteng in search of a better life, only to find them in slums with no services, no prospects, and no help. Between 2006 and 2016, nearly 2 million people poured into Gauteng, while 700,000 people fled the Eastern Cape. Evidence of a collapsing state incapable of sustaining rural development. But perhaps the greatest crime of all is not what is lacking, but what has been stolen. Let us talk about corruption, the disease eating away at the heart of the RDP housing program. In the 2016-17 financial year alone, 2 billion rand was squandered in irregular expenditure across only 4 provinces. That money could have built 16,000 homes, 16,000 families with dignity, security, and hope. But instead, with these funds squandered into the pockets of the corrupt, and nearly 1 million residents in Gauteng alone are still on housing waiting lists, some waiting for 30 years. And when houses are built, many are death traps. Between 2013 and 2018, over 3.1 billion rand was spent not on new homes, but on fixing subpar RDP houses. With that money, 31,000 new houses could have been built, but citizens were given crumbling infrastructure houses, leaking toilets and unsanitary conditions that left them more vulnerable as when they started out. And whilst millions and billions are misspent and stolen, millions are quietly sent back to National Treasury every year unused because provinces either fail to plan, fail to spend, or fail to care. In Nelson Mandela Bay, 430 million rand was sent back in the last financial year alone. This is not mismanagement. This is cruelty. Honourable Chair, enough is enough. We cannot keep those in power that, metaphorically speaking, is burning this house to the ground. We must look at alternatives to address the housing crisis, like forging partnerships with the private sector. But more importantly, we need to address basics, like fast-tracking title deeds. We have an ever-growing backlog of title deeds that only seem to be handed out during an election when votes need to be won. The people deserve homes, not empty promises. The people deserve dignity, not excuses. The people deserve action, not ANC slogans. Let this not be another debate in history that nothing comes from it. Chairperson, let us rebuild. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Briot. Honourable members, let's now welcome the Honourable DP Nkosi from the Mpumalanga province and invite them to take the debate forward. Honourable Nkosi.
Yes, thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson of the NCOP and the Deputy Chairperson, members of the NCOP, distinguished guests, comrades and compatriots. Honourable Chair, it gives me immense pride to stand before this August House to make some reflections on behalf of the people of Mpumalanga on the debate of the housing inadequacy in South Africa and the prevalence of informal settlements. Chair, the right to adequate housing is an important basic human right, which is recognized in the Constitution and international human rights instruments. Housing provides shelter for the elements, a place to eat, to sleep, to relax, and raise a family. South Africa faces a significant housing crisis marked by inadequate housing and the prevalence of informal settlements, stemming from the factors like rapid urbanization, poverty, and lack of affordable housing options. These settlements often lack basic services and infrastructure that pose challenges to social and economic development, health, and security. Informal settlements in Mpumalanga are a significant issue with factors like population growth, poverty, and land ownership. The province has seen an increase in these settlements, and the province is working on upgrading them in improving access to basic services. Chairperson, Mpumalanga province has made notable housing achievements including construction of larger square meter houses on the breaking new grounds units and implementing a beneficiary allocation policy while also issuing title deeds and addressing informal settlements, both of which have had transformative impact. It has just happened, Chair, not during the time of elections as other speakers are purporting. We are at work in Mpumalanga. The Mpumalanga province has not yet only delivered more spacious homes, but also ensured that they are safe, high quality, and climate resilient. The houses are built with concrete messy bricks, concrete roof tiles, ceilings, and protective concrete aprons. Chairperson, Mpumalanga has not only improved the lives of thousands of residents, but also set a benchmark for innovation and accountability in the housing delivery. The Special Housing Needs Program, which is the SHNP, is aimed at providing essential amenities for individuals who cannot live independently, including people with disability, victims of domestic violence, and elderly. Together with our municipalities and stakeholders, we managed to improve service delivery and address challenges. We acknowledge challenges like budget cuts, poor contract management, and a need for a permanent solution to formal settlements. In Mpumalanga province, informal settlement, often characterized by shacks or shanty towns, are a cause for concern. The number of households living in informal settlement has increased. There are a number of households in shacks and backyards. Many of these informal settlements lack access to basic services such as water, sanitation, and electricity. Some of these settlements are located in areas that are not suitable for human habitation. The province is working on upgrading these settlements and providing basic services. Chairperson of the House, high poverty and unemployment rates limit the ability of low-income households to afford adequate housing. Challenges in addressing informal settlement include shortages of well-located land for development and lack of adequate infrastructure capacity. Our local municipalities in Mpumalanga, such as Emalahleni, are addressing the issue of informal settlement, including efforts to evict families from illegal settlements. The province has implemented various projects to address the challenges faced by informal settlements, including informal settlement upgrading program. A plan has been put in place aimed at improving the living conditions of our people across the country. To improve informal settlement, Chair, and ensure adequate housing, we must prioritize community participation, secure tenure, and invest in infrastructure and basic services, while also addressing economic needs. Honorable Chair, decent houses provide us with a sense of protection. It is derived from the Freedom Charter and further backed as a constitutional right in South Africa. Our government has to date ensured that a large portion of our people are living in decent houses, and this must be unreservedly appreciated. As I was saying, Honorable Chair, we are not doing it during the time of elections. We are doing it on a daily basis. That's why we appreciate that the National Department of Human Settlement has given us about 250 million to continue with our work, because we are doing very well. And that has made us, as a province that is working well in ensuring that people are getting shelter over their heads. Honorable Chair, we must not forget that the issue of housing is stemmed back from the time of apartheid, where people were taken away, their land was taken away, and they were placed at the land which was not conducive for their living. So as in Mpumalanga province, we are working very hard to disrupt the status quo that was left by apartheid in Mpumalanga. I want to submit, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Nkosi, for the eloquent expression of what is being done in Mpumalanga. So the next person to come to the podium is Honorable Peter from the Home of the Legends.
Thank you, Chair. Manibulise kubantu bonke balendlu abahloniphekile ngegama lomfelo wethu Yesu Kristu, amen. Adequate houses is one of the most fundamental basic of human needs. Alongside food and water, the right to adequate housing is enshrined in Section 26 of Chapter 2 of the South African Constitution and is clearly recognized in the international human rights law. Iyabuya UDM. It is a shame that 31 years into democracy, for thousands of people, decent housing remains just a dream. Many continue to be subjected to overcrowded informal settlements plagued by the worst service delivery. Our people live in unbearable, poor conditions, and their only sin was to be born poor in an unequal country. Iyabuya UDM. We understand that housing inadequacy is driven by a range of interrelated factors, including population growth and rural-urban migration, as well as the lack of affordable housing for the urban poor. However, we blame mostly weak governance, particularly in the areas of policy planning and land and urban management, which result in land speculation and land grabbing. Payembashe, kakenyongeta pa khulumente ophetheyo. Abantu abakuzifumana title deeds zabo pha edutywa. Zistakile kumagosa asebenzayo pha. Zistakile title deeds bafuna ukwenza ibusiness ngoku ngazo. Ngenelelani khulumente niyokunqanda laa ngozi. Okwesibini, ukusukela ngo-2015 kwi-region eOR Tambo kumasipala eMhlontlo kukho ixhegwazana pha elingumama uMaveyedwa Caphukelo Mzingeli. Lo mama una 82 years i-age. Uhlala kwilali ekuthiwa kusembalisweni kuGabazi. Lo mama uwelwa yindlu. Akho ncedo lukhoyo. Kuphethe amagosa akamasipala. Xa siwaxelela sizi-opposition party bathi siphethe siyi-ANC. Kodwa konzakala umuntu omnyama. Khaningenelele rhulumente uphetheyo pha. Konakele pha. Abahlali bade baphakama bazama ukuqokelela isenti bezama ukumakhela indlu. Phakamani ke pha embalisweni kuGabazi niyokujonga la mess yenzeka pha. Okwesibini, urhulumente ophetheyo uzakhile izindlu. Siyakuvuma oko, asinakukhanyela oko. Kodwa indlela eziya kwezi zindlu azakhileyo aziwufezi umgomo. Izidima zabantu zikhathaleka phansi. Izindlu zanela le yadi akho nendawo yokungena imoto. Siphi isidima somntu? Izindlu zintle ngoveza inyawo. Wake watsho umntakatata uHulumisa esithi abaveza inyawo noko make senze olunye uphuhliso. Awakho amanzi. Awukho umphutha. Siphi isidima somntu omnyama? Siyabongoza ke kuwe rhulumente sithi noko i-31 years of age okudala uba ulixhegwazana ngokwelincinci khawuphakame usibize nathi sikuncedise. Inkosi makhulu.
Thank you. Honorable delegates, I really like to appreciate the input of Honorable Peter. It must be appreciated that he's raising the issues which are happening on the ground. That's what all the NCOP is all about. But here today we're having a special visitor from all the way from Muruleng in the Northwest Rustenburg. She is a daughter of Honorable Mabebu. She was here to come and support her father. Can we give them a rousing applause? Yes, our daughter, we really appreciate the support you're giving your father. Now, let's hope that you're going to learn from him what is servant or leadership is all about. You're welcome in this house. The next speaker on the podium is going to be Honorable Simmons, the MEC for Infrastructure in the Western Cape, from the Cape of Storms.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chairperson, Honourable MECs online, members of the National Council of Provinces, and your special guest in the gallery. There is no dignity in being forced to live in a structure that floods when it rains, that overheats when it's hot, and offers no protection from crime, fires, or the cold. Yet today, millions of South Africans are living in exactly those conditions, in informal settlements and backyards across the country. In the Western Cape alone, just in 2023, there were a total of 345,000 informal households. Let me repeat that, 345,000 informal settlement households. House Chairperson, since 2014, the Western Cape has observed an average annual increase of over 38,000 informal settlement households year on year. A fair number of these are communities built out of necessity, not choice. Yet, however, others through criminal enterprise or political opportunism, allegedly by parties such as the ANC and EFF in the Western Cape, which we saw during COVID-19 and which we observed in the build-up to election 2024. They reflect the harsh realities of a national housing system that is struggling to deliver, that is overwhelmed by legal and illegal demands, that is hindered by outdated populistic policies, that is limited by funding, continuous acts of criminality, and to be quite frankly, a lack of national government urgency. House Chairperson, we have a national crisis on our hands. And this crisis is made worse by organized and unlawful land invasions that are fueled by criminal and political intent that ultimately derails well-planned housing projects, that delays service delivery, and deprive those on the housing waiting list of their homes that they are patiently and legally waiting for. And we have severe national budget cuts to housing. We have heard of the 300 million rand, but here are the facts. The 300 million rand, which was taken away from the Western Cape Human Settlements Grant for 2024-2025, was done so in February. Despite our province at the date of being informed of this funds being taken away, Honourable Gericke, through your House Chairperson, we were already at 84% of our budget spend. This cut not only defies logic, it is actually punishing performance and have left our province with 243 million rand in unpaid invoices for work that has already been done. But House Chairperson, let me be clear to you. The Western Cape government does not fold in the face of challenges. We are an innovative government. We partner with relevant stakeholders, and we do deliver under difficult circumstances. Despite these setbacks, the Western Cape, as I stand here, is leading the country in rethinking, redesigning, and accelerating mixed-use housing delivery. We have stepped even further. In the last financial year, we have installed over 1,600 solar geysers in BNG homes across developments in areas such as Ceres, Paarl, George, and Klaver, and we will continue our efforts this year from our own funding. We are set to be piloting microgridding solutions to empower low-income and indigent households with affordable energy, so they are not left behind by Eskom or economic realities. We are pioneering a new era of inner-city, mixed-use, affordable housing, a word which popped up quite a number of times by speakers before me. Just yesterday, Honourable House Chairperson, less than 800 meters away from your house, Premier Windy and I unveiled the Leeuloop precinct, a 918 million rand project in the center of Cape Town that will yield 840 housing opportunities. Almost half of that will go for affordable and social housing in the inner city of Cape Town. This is part of a broader vision with 3 inner city developments going to market in this calendar year, not financial year, in this calendar year, which is set to deliver 3,500 new homes in the inner city. We are tearing apart apartheid spatial planning in the city and in our province. We are leading, we are not talking. But as chairperson, we are not working alone. Through our partnerships with the private sector, we are accelerating also the delivery of title deeds, because home ownership is also important to this provincial government. And just yesterday, through partnership with First National Bank, we were able to empower our people and ensure that generational security is created for families in areas such as Khayelitsha, Mitchells Plain, Grassy Park, Goodwood, Bellville, Worcester, Riversdale, Pakkelsdorp, and many, many other communities. This speaks to an innovative approach to accelerate the delivery of housing opportunities. House Chair, the DA government Western Cape does not make promises. These are not provinces. These are results we deliver.
Can you take a seat, Honorable? Let me see.
Rise and Rule 68, Chair, once again.
Yeah.
Obviously, the truth is hurting many members in the House, but please can they let the Speaker speak uninterrupted, if they don't mind, so we can hear what he's saying. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Honorable Badenhorst, but we know very well that in the House, heckling is allowed. I think that it has not yet reached a stage.
No, Badenhorst, don't take things at heart.
Honorable Harek?
Yes, Chair, I rise on Rule 68(1) myself.
Yeah.
The Honourable Member.
So there's a point of order on the floor. You can't raise a point of order when there's a point of order on the floor. Make a ruling.
I've already ruled on that.
Can you see the white arrogance he wants to tell you?
I've already ruled on that point of order. Please, the floor is yours.
So again, may I proceed? The very same member that's making noise now is the same member that interrupted me and many other speakers when they went on. And I think it's time that you make him, that you call him to order. Just call this man to order. Otherwise, if you don't call him to order, I will ask Honorable Peter to call him to order. Thank you.
All right, Honorable Harek, thank you for what you have raised, but you should have raised it on the point when it happened, but it's recognized. Honorable delegates, please, let us have restraint. Over to you, Honorable Simon.
Honorable House Chairperson, but why do I bring up partnership? Because to take our country forward, just like we are proving in the Western Cape, we need innovation. We do need the private sector. We do need functional municipalities. And we do need communities to walk this journey with us. But we also need the national government to actually come to the party with their land, because our province is putting and showing that we are providing our own land, with funding, with fair and data-driven decisions. We have well-allocated national state-owned land in cities across South Africa that remains idle, that are either fenced off, that are invaded, or are actually locked in bureaucracy. Let us unlock that land. Let us fund real delivery. Let us upscale what works instead of breaking it down. But take careful note, Honourable House Chair, in this province, we are not waiting. We are actually moving. For every title deed we hand over, we are aware that we restore our people's dignity. For every family that is moved out of an informal settlement into a formal home, we realize we are changing people's lives because we are helping them shape their better future. We will not be distracted by budget cuts. We will not be derailed by land invasions led by fake plastic so-called revolutionaries and armament. We will not be discouraged by populist politics. Because, House Chair, for the Western Cape and the DA government Western Cape, it is not just about us. It is not about petty plastic fake politics. It is about the people we serve.
Honorable Harek,
Honorable Harik, Honorable Suisa, Honorable Aris, please. Aye. Honorable Suisa, please. You are drowning the speaker on the podium. Honorable Mkai, you can also not join that brigade. Please, let us give the MEC a chance to express what his department is doing. Over to MEC.
Honorable House Chair, again, I just want to repeat, for every family moved out of an informal settlement into a formal home, we realize that we change people's lives. We're helping them shape their better future. So we will not be distracted by budget cuts, which does not make sense. We will not be derailed by land invasions led by so-called revolutionaries who are actually fake. We will not be discouraged by populist politics. Because, Honorable House Chairperson and members, for the DA government Western Cape and my department, which I proudly lead under the banner of the Democratic Alliance, it is not about us. It is not about petty, plastic, fake politics. It is about all the people we serve in our province. And thank you for this opportunity to showcase what we are doing and also to put the record straight. Because at the end of the day, we are shaping all of our future together and we are instilling hope for the rest of the country through the DA government Western Cape. I thank you. Bye.
Acting chairperson of yesterday. All right, all right. Oh, thank you, Honorable Simas. The next speaker on the podium is Honorable Farmer. Over to you, sir.
Can I start objecting now? Is that not Chair? Is the next speaker?
What are you raising, Honorable Harit?
No, I'm just clarity. Is the next speaker not Dr. Skierkogel? Sorry.
No.
Yeah, he's from the DA. He's from the DA.
What you, Mr. Farmer?
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, and fellow South Africans, today I stand before you as a voice for those left behind, for the families still waiting for the promise of decent housing in the Western Cape. It is a promise betrayed by the Democratic Alliance poor utilization of funds, a failure that echoes across our communities, and a stark reminder of what happens when governance loses sight of its people. In the 2020-2021 financial year, the Western Cape government returned 215 million rand of their housing budget to National for not spending. In the 21-22 year, it was another 45 million sent back.
Stop a little bit. I know that this debate can be very robust, but let us hear each other out so that we are able to learn from each other. Please, let's give him a chance. Over to you, Honorable Farmer.
In the 21-22 year, it was another 45 million sent back. In the 23-24 budget, a whopping 488 million was sent back. This cannot only be because of their inability to deliver housing to the poor. Clearly, it's by choice. They do not want to deliver housing to the poor deliberately. The housing issue is not just about bricks and mortar. It is about human dignity, social justice, and economic stability. Even though South Africa has made significant progress since 1994, with millions of houses built under government subsidy programs, however, the demand far outweighs the supply. According to recent statistics, over 2.5 million households still live in informal settlements. The housing backlog exceeds 3.7 million units, growing yearly due to urbanization and population growth. Many South Africans face overcrowding, unsafe structures,
and lack of basic services like water, sanitation, and electricity. Informal settlements such as Khayelitsha in Cape Town, Alexandra in Johannesburg, and eThekwini's Cape Town are stark reminders of systemic inequality and failed urban planning. Many of our fellow citizens continue to endure the indignity of homelessness. To add insult to injury, the Western Cape's housing budget had already been cut by 250 million due to previous underspending. A direct consequence of the DA's inability to manage resources effectively. This is not just a matter of bureaucracy. This is about lives, about dignity, and about our future. The reasons offered for this failure, poor contractor performance, community unrest, and extortion, cannot excuse the neglect of those who depend on government support. These challenges demand proactive solutions, yet we see little accountability, little innovation, and little urgency from the DA-led government. It is clear that the Democratic Alliance prioritizes excuses over execution, leaving communities to bear the brunt of their shortcomings. As the PRO, we believe in governance that delivers. We envision a province where housing funds are not returned, but are invested in communities, where challenges are met with resolve and planning, not apathy and delays. We advocate for better oversight, stronger partnerships with local contractors, and meaningful community engagement to address unrest before it disrupts progress. Clearly, the Western Cape DA government is a failure. Advocate for the poor. Their political blunder in respect of last week's budget vote was a poor attempt to bargain for power sharing. If they cannot deliver services in a province, what do they want to do with power nationally? The DA's days in government is numbered. 5 days to be exact. Salute.
Delegate, Honorable Delegates, the next speaker on the platform is going to be Honorable Koloi from the Northwest, from the Northern Cape, the province of the people. Over to you, Honorable Koloi.
No, thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Let me greet.
Let's give the MEC the chance to speak, please. Honorable MEC Koloi, you are on the platform.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Let me greet your good selves, the honorable members of the NCOP, the Chief Whip Kenny Miyamang to the NCOP, the representative of Salga, my fellow colleagues in the different provinces, and all members of the different legislatures in our country. House Chair, I'm standing in for MEC Bentley Fass. Yeah, Honorable Chair, with your permission.
Sorry, Honorable Source and Honorable Farmer, please. We gave you a chance to speak, Honorable Farmer. Let us give the MEC the chance to express herself. Let's give her a chance. Over to you, Honorable.
No, thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, with your permission, I will switch off my video. My network is not so good. Honorable House Chair, it is with appreciation that I take part in this debate themed housing inequality in South Africa and the prevalence of informal settlements. Let me preface my debate with what the Constitution directs us to do with regard to issues of housing.
Honorable MEC. Honorable MEC. We did recognize the daughter of Honorable Mabebu, but those who are behind you are not going to recognize them. Please, can they leave your room so that you can do your job?
Thank you, House Chair. Section 26(1) states that everyone has the right to have access to adequate housing. Further, Section 26(2) places an obligation on the state to take reasonable legislative and other measures within its available resources to achieve the progressive realization of this right. So there is a direct correlation between this debate and our on our constitutional mandate as a state placed on us by the drafters of our constitution. This right to adequate housing is considered a fundamental human right, ensuring shelter, a place to live, and the ability to live in peace and dignity. In our province, House Chair, the Department of Koksta strives to achieve sustainable human settlement and improve quality of household lives that will culminate in the establishment of viable, socially and economically integrated communities that are located in areas that allow convenient access to economic opportunities, as well as health, educational and social amenities. Outcomes addressed by the human settlement sector is one, spatial transformation through multi-program integration in priority development areas, adequate housing and improved quality living environments, security and tenure, and issuing of title deeds with the view to restore the dignity of the mostly vulnerable, such as elderly and people with disability. Although there have been some strides made in the sector by providing alternative accommodation options apart from the provision of breaking new grounds units, it is still met with the challenges of increasingly housing backlog, which is immensely influenced by the current crippling socio-economic conditions. The housing backlog can be extracted from the information that is provided by Stats SA on the number of people living in informal dwellings, because that can be interpreted as inadequate shelter of dwellings. In our province, access to shelter is one of the basic human rights, and the stats illustrate that the majority of our people live in formal dwellings, therefore having access to basic sanitation, which can be interpreted that the living conditions of the people in the province are good. There are a number of people living in informal dwellings although there was a decrease from 2019 to 2021, however, an increase of 15.3% was noted in 2023, which essentially increased the housing backlog. It is a crucial note that the number of traditional dwellings in the province has remained stable. House Chair, in terms of the way forward to address the housing backlog, the department has embarked on a front-loading pledge initiative in partnership with the Development Bank of South Africa, the National Department of Home and Women Settlements, and the National and Provincial Treasury to leverage additional funding to build 18,000 top structures in the next 5 years. The process is ongoing, and the department is waiting for some advice from National Treasury and approval by DBSA. The Northern Cape has performed exceptionally well in the formalization of informal settlements through the provision of basic services such as water, sanitation, stormwater drainage, and internal roads in an effort to eradicate informal settlements. The success was mainly achieved through a strategic and groundbreaking intervention called the 25K project, through which the province planned to formalize 25,000 stands throughout the province. To date, 14,811 stands have been formalized throughout the province. This means that 14,811 households enjoy full access to basic services. The success was achieved in spite of the MICH Informal Settlements Partnership Grant allocations to the province based on census data. The province has proved that it can deliver its scale and on time in as far as the formalization of informal settlements is concerned. To date, the merged ISUPG allocation of just over 64 million rand has all been spent. However, regardless of this unprecedented success in the formalization of informal settlements, the ISUPG grant allocation to the province will substantially decrease over the next 2 financial years. In the 2025-2026 financial year, the annual allocation of the ISUPG will decrease from 64 million 122,000 rand to 54 million. The situation even worsened in the 2026-2027 financial year as the ISUPG substantially decreased to 18 million 33,000 from the 44 million mentioned earlier in the 2025-2026 financial year. Chair and honorable members, this means that the rate of the formalization of informal settlements will be adversely affected over the next 2 financial years, 2025-26 and 2026-2027. However, House Chair, the province will continue in its efforts to leverage additional funding from the National Department of Human Settlements from poor performing provinces. In the past, the province managed to leverage an additional ISUPG allocation of 60 million in the 2021-2022 financial year and just over 194 million in the 2022-2023 financial year. As I conclude, House Chair, I'm sure all of us gathered in this August House and on the virtual platforms can agree that everyone needs housing, no matter who they are, and our communities suffer, some more than others. Allow me to quote Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. when he wrote in one of his letters titled A Letter from Birmingham Jail. He said, and I quote, open quote, we must see that whatever diminishes the poor diminishes everybody else. And the salvation of the poor will mean the salvation of the whole nation. For we all tied together in an inescapable network of mutuality. We are tied in a single garment of destiny, close quote. As elected representative of the people of this province, let us work together for a common good of our people. Let us work together to ensure that the poor and the vulnerable are housed and live in dignity. Let us put aside our political differences when it comes to basic human rights like shelter, so that together we can house our nation. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. The next speaker on the platform is Honorable Skirkochal from the Free State, the bread basket of the country.
Chairperson, Honourable members, fellow South Africans. Chairperson, listening to the debate today, I'm reminded of an African proverb. Even a blind chicken thinks the sun rises for his crowning. Loud doesn't mean wise. So let me cut through the noise and get to the truth. South Africa's housing crisis is not a product of faith. It is an outcome of political failure by the ANC. Now, Chairperson, when I was listening to the EFF debate during that, I was reminded like a goldfish. Oh, there's nothing happening. So I thought that the purpose of this debate is to build and to contribute to South Africa, but it sounded like the Progressive Caucus' new top charted tune, a broken record. But let me quote what AI says. EFF governance proves that populism without competition equals disaster. So, but at least Honourable Gericke learned one thing from the DA, and he implements my motion about using differently abled people. But then we go to the MK, Chairperson. The trend of nothingness continues. The Honourable member sounded like Zuma. It's like putting South Africa on auction. That member over there, that member. Oh, yes, Mr. Mufolev, you get that SEO. Oh, Gupta, you get that part of South Africa. But then, let's go to the PANC. Because clearly, back pocket is ANC. What happened to Beaufort Base? They're still waiting for Dubai. Then I want to go to the MEC of KZN. You're not debating, you're deflecting. Personal jabs are just a sure sign that your argument has already been beat. But thank you for confirming that you're out of substance. But while we're busy at jabbing, let me give you 3. Go prepare yourself your SIU case where you spend millions of rands, siphon through your department programs and spend it on luxury items, or using the funding of billboards to spend on expensive gifts. Oh, wait. The 28 million rand that you took for summer awards for expenditure and where the treasury said you must cut cost. But now, while the EF is all about empty slogans, they want to nationalize land. But where the hell power in Tshwane, Metsimaholo, Johannesburg, they felt even the basic oversight. Tshwane, their own councillors had to visit rotten RTB projects built under their watch. No toilets, collapsing walls, a human tragedy happening. But while the debate goes on, the national housing sector has fallen into complete despair. Just last week, Parliament was heard. The National House Builder Registration Council.
Billy, take a seat, Honourable.
House Chair, I'm rising.
Are you rising?
I'm rising on Rule 68. Chairperson, the
Honourable Gaza, there's only one chairperson here. Over to Honourable Bill.
I think, Chairperson, we certainly cannot get used to this unruly behavior. And I think the more we accept it, the more the House is going to really run into a space where there isn't any decorum. And I think it is upon yourself as the chairperson of the session to really call out Honourable Aris and Honourable Gericke, and in fact, the entire EFF. I'm on the floor.
Honourable Suisa, the member is still on the floor.
Because House Chair, I honestly want to plead with the colleagues that yes, it might not feel okay to be listening to all of these facts, but I think it is really unbecoming of you, Chairperson, through you, that we are subjected to this kind of behavior as if this is a...
Honourable Aris, please.
This kind of behavior, it cannot be normal to do this. There is certainly something wrong that needs to be said maybe by the members. We can't go on like this. They are creating a mockery of this parliament. I'm putting it to you, Chairperson, that you deal with this because we cannot continue in this manner. Every session of this parliament, we're having the same problem from the same people, from the same party. And it can't go on like this, Chairperson.
Point of order, Chair. Point of order, Chair.
Honorable Makesine.
Point of order, Chair.
I want to make a ruling. I want to make a ruling out of the point of order which is raised by Honorable Billy. What is honorably raising is valid. Nah, I think that what we must do, we must treat each other with respect. But this issue you are raising, honorably, is not only coming from EFF alone. Also, the members of the DA, they do that. Nah. But what is very critical, I like what you're saying, that we must put decorum back into the house. Nah. So let us be circumspect in our heckling. Over to you, Honorable Skerikofer. That's not heckling, that's drowning out the speaker. Over to you, Honorable.
All right, let me still keep on teaching the House. All right, so let's get back to the National House Builders Registration Council. Senzo Boy was suspended by misleading the council, mismanaged after George building collapse. So it's not so easy to use it as scapegoat, Minister, because you said that. Even though your predecessor, he was still a comrade. The National Housing Finance Corporation CEO, Azola Makieso, is under investigation for misuse of funds and dodgy leases. The Social Housing Regulation Authority has its top leadership terminated. Now there's a regulatory vacuum. And then the community scheme Ombud Services is in shambles after the Ombudsman at the Good Boys have been resigned. So let us be clear and be truthful when it comes to the House. And the ANC and the EFF keeps on pointing out, but you can't point out to a leaking tap when your house is underwater. So just a reminder as well, Chairperson, of all the funds. The DA has taken the department to court because the intergovernmental funding that was been drawn, we are challenging it. And with that, we must be not dress deception with fragments of truth and honesty. In the Western Cape, all of these issues that are being shown out, those lands are there. In the greatest forest village, 1,100 units. Bloemkombos, Wallisdens and Kraaifontein, there's another development. In the southern corridor, Koso, 500 residents. In Uvaleni, 3,000 plots. In Kraaifontein, we keep on going. All of these are units where the DA is going to develop, but because of illegal land occupation, it's not happening. So we must be clear when we come here to paint the picture. Paint the whole picture, because the voters will punish you, because elections are coming. So from a party that's gone from 11 to 10 to 9%, and then the ones that have taken a very humble fall, continue with this, and you'll see where we govern, we'll govern better.
All right. Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable members. Mpepeto, please don't disturb. Mpepeto, please don't disturb my house. Yeah. All right, the next speaker on the podium is Honorable Mlukume from Limpopo.
I'm soft-spoken, Honorable Modise. Thank you, House Chair. Let me take this opportunity and greet honorable members in the House, great fellow South Africans. Chair, I'm standing here representing Limpopo, as you know. I'm a typical rural village girl, which grew up in the dusty street of a village called More. And I do understand very well
that what is it to stay in a mighty house where 8 to 10 people has to share one room house. So I'm saying this because this topic is really touching lots of people, especially the citizens of South Africa. So it is unfortunate that we are here grandstanding, not even taking into account where our people are experiencing or have been experienced in the past. So as the ANC, we also acknowledge the setbacks and the challenges that we are facing when we are in outrolling the programs that we have in this department that deals with housing. And we are fair and open to debate. Ka Sesotho ba re ntsa ho ba koloi e movang e tsamayang. A dog cannot bark to a car that is not moving. So it really shows that as the ANC government, we are working. And when you are working always, people will only look into those issues or the mistakes that are happening, not recognizing the good deeds that we are doing as the government of the ANC. Chair, I'm a bit worried that we are inviting people to this house and we are called plastics as honorable members. It can't be correct. We cannot allow to be disrespected by members in this house, and that must be taken into consideration. We cannot be disrespected because we have invited them to do so. But I'm not surprised because the budget that is withdrawn, it was meant to deal with the issues that are of the Black people in particular. That is why, because they were supposed to take services to the Black people. So that's why the budget is withdrawn. But the truth is I mean, neti ya tlhaba. So that is why you see them reacting the way they are reacting. Chair, in the recent past, the negative narrative has emerged that the ANC-led government has done nothing to change the lives of people in the past 30 years of its government. As the African National Congress, we acknowledge that as the country we have faced setbacks and mistakes. I've already indicated that we do acknowledge. That is why we work on the mistakes that we see and we are facing as the leading government. That impacted the government's ability to provide quality basic services, which were also combated by poor governance and planning to respond to the fast-growing and urbanization population, as well as the impact of the state capture and corruption. As President Ramaphosa has stated, the ANC acknowledges those errors and setbacks and has committed to charting a path that builds on 30 years of freedom so as to continue the journey towards realizing a better life for all South Africans. ANC-led government has increased access to basic services over the past 30 years. For instance, statistics South Africa has revealed that between 2011 and 2022, access to essential services has significantly improved, making a decade of progress in service delivery in our country. In this period, access to safe, clean drinking water has increased from 85.1% to 88.5%, while improved sanitation has increased from 68.9% to 80.7%. These are the statistics that are truly stated by the Statistics South Africa. We are not just talking out of grandstanding. So this significant evidence runs counter to the negative narrative that some of us amongst this August House has accepted the truth. House Chair, Section 26 of the Constitution grants everyone the right to access adequate housing and state that the government should take reasonable steps to realize this important right within the available resources. ANC-led government acknowledging the limitation of government resource has sought to focus its attention on vulnerable groups in society, the elderly, women, youth, and people living with disability, including military veterans. For many years, after 1994, the ANC-led government housing program is focused on providing access to housing for those households whose combat income is below 3.5 a month. Beneficiaries of this government subsidies houses, they continue to receive government support through its indigent policy. I heard one saying that we don't have the list, and we do have through our own municipalities that through our own municipalities they have this list. Honorable Chair, where they provided free basic services such as water, electricity, sanitation, and refuse removal. My colleague, as the ANC, we made a commitment in our 2024 National and Provincial Manifesto to build more houses and provide basic services to all South Africans who meet the requirement of these various government subsidy schemes. In the current mid-term development plan, 2024 to 2029, the ANC-led government plans to provide various housing packages, including 200,000 B&G housing unit, 314,000 serviced residential sites, 13,000 social rental housing unit, and 140,000 housing unit for the middle class through first home finance. Additionally, we plan to upgrade 4,075 informal settlement through the country. As this August House, we need to ensure that this housing opportunities reaches remote rural areas in our country. ANC urges the Department of Women Settlement to finalize this engagement through the private sector and workers' pension fund, which aim to increase housing stock. The move is particularly important for the missing middle class who do not qualify for first home finance or commercial home loans despite having salaries above the required threshold. In his State of National Address in February of this year, President Ramaphosa described the state of the local government as follows, I quote, "In many cities and towns across the country, roads are not maintained, water and electricity supply is often disrupted, refuse is not collected, and so runs in the street," close quote. President Ramaphosa attributed this poor state of local government to the technical skills and resources required to meet people's needs, and many have failed to reinvest the revenue they earn from those services into upkeep of infrastructure. As the African National Congress, we have made a commitment to build an ethical, capable developmental state and have prioritized the fixed of local government as a top priority for the ANC-led government. We want a local government that works for the people, where basic deliveries are provided on a regular, sustainable basis with minimal interruptions that are unavoidable. In short, we want a local government that will fast-track the provision of basic services such as electricity, water, and sanitation. Honorable House Chair, we support the call from the Women Settlement Minister to municipalities and provinces to progressively initiate the creation of pathways and streets within informal settlements that have yet to be allocated funds through the upcoming grant, as this development will enhance access to emerging services, waste removal, and overall mobility of informal settlement dwellers, and also take advantage of over 265 million allocation for that, especially those 13 projects that have already been identified. House Chair, as the African National Congress, we welcome the decision and announcement by the President Ramaphosa in his State of National Address that this government will provide 300,000 service stands to qualifying beneficiaries to enable housing development in well-planned, connected communities along key development corridors. President Ramaphosa further committed his government to release more unutilized state properties for affordable housing development and to further work with provinces and metros to reclaim buildings that have been hijacked in the cities, centers, and repurpose them to public use. As the African National Congress, we welcome this commitment and urge the respective metros and municipalities and also the provincial government to immediately implement these presidential commitments as they will extend access to not only serviced residential site, but also social housing in urban areas. House Chair, this year marks 28 years since the first democratically elected parliament approved the Housing Act, with which our ANC-led government has progressively implemented to realize the right to access decent housing, security, and comfort for the most vulnerable in our society. The ANC-led government has not used all the Housing Act provisions, and Section 93A has not been invoked to expropriate land for housing. Even though the government has struggled to procure land for housing due to inflated land prices, instead we have sought court orders to evict families from illegal occupant state land. Municipality has spent millions on rent to prevent illegal land occupants and land grabs by the hungry families. Since the dawn of democracy, the ANC has striven to use the legal instrument at its disposal to transform our society into a non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and prosperous one. This we oppose those who incite chaos by calling for land invention and appropriation. We are equally opposed to those white supremacists that seek to maintain the legacy of that word, and apartheid. Special planning by opposing any transformation legislation that has been subjected to democratic processes in our beloved country. As ANC, we remain committed to ensure that the next 30 years are spent expanding access to housing, security, and comfort to reach those who couldn't not be in the first 3 decades of our democracy. So, mmusho wa rena wa naba o ta re fitlhella ka moka. Nkebe re kgona o provide the services to everyone because of budget, but ra tseba hore as the country le tla re fa chance ya hore le fitlhelle ka moka. Thank you, Chair.
For grabbing whip, your time has expired. All right, then the next speaker on the podium is Honorable Makesini from the Free State.
Ithi ndibulele chairperson, ndibulele all the people abaparticipatile kule important debate. Indeed, you can't expect DA contributed to this matter because they are not affected. Abantu babo and their constituency, they are not affected. Abantu ababakhethileyo abadingi RDP houses. Hence, they will make a play game about this debate. And chairperson, Honorable Julius Malema, uzisebenzele. Yonke into nayo, if you want to buy a Rolex watch, you can do that. So I'm not going to be distracted by this white racist. For many opportunity, I can.
Honorable Chair, I object. I object.
Hold your horses, hold your horses. Honorable Makasini, Honorable Barinhouse, can you take a seat, please?
No,
Honorable
Chair, I object.
You are defying the chairperson now. Will you please take
Chair, you have to take this objection. I will charge this member at the Ethics Committee. In this book, under Rule 35, you cannot call a member of this House a white racist.
You are a white racist.
Please, Honorable Makasini.
He will retract that.
Honorable Makasini, will you please withdraw that issue of a white racist, please?
I withdraw, Chair.
That language is not allowed in the House.
I withdraw, Chair.
Did she retract that?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chairperson. Ndizacela usiprotect because you are the only chairperson, because asinovuma xa sime apha siharaswe ngu-Honorable Barinhouse, then city is okay. Sinazo answer nathi ezifana naye. But nevertheless, I said abantu base-Western Cape akho nto bane-contribute kule debate, because kakade bona every time xa bebona umuntu omnyama babona umuntu oyi-revolutionary plastic. And while community zabo MECs zase-Mitchells Plain, they don't have houses. Or auntie bakhe bahlala ku-back room. They don't have houses. Into ehleleleyo ku-protect interests zabantu abamthumileyo. Very soon uzoye-Harvard alandele abanye, because that's who all of them abaphelela ngoyo. And he must not remember, he must always remember ukuthi umnyama ayingomlungu. Umnyama uwela kubantu abamnyama of abelilizwe. So we are not going to go to the level DA and the self-hate of the Honorable Barinhouse Chair.
Point of order. Honorable Harik, yes?
Chair, I rise on,
What are you rising?
I rise on point 68.1 again. You have ruled earlier on as the chairperson that we must respect the decorum of the House and every other speaker that's on the podium. It is now it is now a matter of fact that Honorable Barinhouse and his DA friends here are consistently interrupting and interjecting and thereby trying to cause chaos in the House. The EFF is asking you to call Honorable Barinhouse and every other DA member to order now so that they stop this type of practice in this House. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Honorable Harik. Definitely your point of order is sustained. I did make a ruling previously that please let us respect the decorum of the House. I think that what happened during the speech of Honorable Mulukume, it showed that you did listen as the House. Can we carry that forward now so that we can be able to listen this important debate? We might have differences there, but every person has got the right to speak in this House and express their views. Yes, I said everyone. Over to you, Honorable.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I also rise on Rule 68 with regard to Honorable Gericke. He must substantiate what he's just said. I haven't raised my voice today. And now he says all the DA members. So he must substantiate what he said, because I haven't raised a voice, neither has my colleague in front of me, neither has Honorable Du Plessis, neither has Honorable Pienaar. So he has said it incorrectly and he's calling us out for things that we haven't done. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable
Chair.
Bishop. All right, take your seat, take it easy. I think that what Honorable Bishop is raising is valid. Ne? You made a sweeping statement across, and then we know who are the culprits when coming to disturbing the house. Ne? We must just be, but honorable members, I think that with that said, let us respect each other. Let us carry this debate forward. We are only left with about 8 minutes to finish this debate. Can we carry ourselves with dignity? All right, I withdraw that part.
Chair, the member has asked me to substantiate, and in terms of Rule 57, I'm entitled to substantiate. The member is distorting my words, because when I spoke about his DA friends, I showed his DA friends on this side in my body language. I never said the DA friends there. I said, and I never used the word all. But be that as it may,
Let's give him a chance.
we are used to them thriving on lies, so we don't worry about that. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Honorable Harik, for your input and your clarification. I think that it is accepted. Let's go to the debate. Forward with the debate, Honorable.
Honorable Chair, I'd like to object, please.
Object.
Rule 61B.
Yeah. Object to what?
Rule 61B. This
Yes.
honorable member made a statement now. He said that the DA thrives on lies. He's deliberately misleading the House. You cannot say that.
No. All right. Thank you. When he's referring to the DA, is referring to a political party. He's not referring to an individual. So please, please, Honorable Makesini, finish your speech.
Your revolutionary plastic comment, Chairperson, only come to the person who assimilates by the system of a self-hate. And please, next time, please, you must rule that no one must come to the house and insult the members in this house. Doctor, is a former councillor of medicine of Machabeng, Ward 35. A councillor who never did anything for the people of Ward 35. A failed councillor of a ward councillor in Machabeng, Ward 35. You only use the people.
Sorry, a minute. Honorable Skarkakar, you are not heckling now. You are drowning the member. Please, no, you cannot sing in the house. You cannot sing in the house, please. Over to you.
We failed to deliver the houses to the people. They only use them to get the vote. The pain of the DA of losing Metsimahulu in Free State and the pain of the DA of losing Tshwane in Gauteng, it must not come to the house and blame the EFF. We have failed to deliver the people of Tshwane, to give them decent houses. Now we are bringing your anger to us. So please heal. It's time to heal, because if you don't heal, you are going to be dangerous to the country. So in my try in Metsimahulu, you'll get the people, the land, the contribution of the EFF they've done. Go to Pulukona, into Vale, Ward 13. We'll see what is the land that you've been giving to the people, and the people are getting services. What have you done as a former Ward Council of Machabeng, Wena, Dr. Watiko?
Chairperson.
Dibulele kakhulu.
On what are you rising, Honorable?
I just want to check if the member can take a question.
All right. Okay. All right. Oh, Honorable Makesini.
Not to the DA.
I'm going to take a question.
Not to the DA.
No, she's not. She's not going to take. Over to you, Honorable
I wanted to know about the school that you're supposed
to be. Chairperson, we need really to sinika abantu bakuthi imhlaba izindlu. We need to approve the issue of land expropriation without compensation, so that abantu bafumane izindlu ezidecent bakhelwe imizi. Ukuthi into yasemhlonhlo sizoyiva namhlanje kunamalungu eParliament, kune-councillors, funeka Honorable Peter and the members of the GNU make sure ukuthi umama wasemhlonhlo uyayifumana indlu. i-official ezithengisa izindlu eGovernbay in the Eastern Cape mabahambe report emapoliseni mababanjwe because i-problem yethu siyazazi ezi zinto we don't report ngazo the next thing si-expecta omnye umuntu ayenze. Anyone oyaziyo i-crime committed by anyone go and report to the police so that sidile nokukhombana kweminwe singabantu. Ndibulele kakhulu MEC uDuma wase-KZN ngokuthetha izinto abazenzileyo before the GNU because whatever umsebenzi wezindlu wenzekele e-KZN noba umncinci kodwa zi-strides ezenziwe ngabo. So you are waiting i-report esizayifumana ku-the GNU lo wakwa-KZN uba basixele kule financial year banike abantu base-KZN izindlu ezingakanani so that wonke umuntu afumane the decent houses. All of us must take responsibility ukuba sibe lapha singenze imithetho exutha umhlaba kwaba bantu bangafuna unikeza ngomhlaba sinikeza abantu bakuthi because if singenza umthetho owenzayo umuntu anga-own umhlaba omninzi usangawusebenzisi unikezwe lo government abantu bakwazi ukwakhelwa asizuba nale problem. But enkosi kakhulu chairperson nge-opportunity enisiphe yona si-economic freedom fighters bakuhlala bekhenketha apha e-Western Cape abantu bahlala kwindawo ezingalunganga and bayayazi bona they are not affected, they are not their members. Masinike abantu umhlaba ngowethu and it's going to happen. In 9% party will make sure umhlaba ubuyele ebantwini bakubo. Enkosi.
All right. Thank you, honorable delegates. I would really like to thank all the participants in this debate. This debate, which was definitely robust. We would like to thank the MECs, the councillors which were part of the special delegates and you, the permanent delegates of the NCOP. The House is adjourned.
You see that you want to make you are a cameraman. Take great picture. I can see you want to make yourself a cameraman. Cameraman. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.